Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second part of today's activities, which is the ENA Outreach event, in which we're going to do a deeper dive into what's going on with the data space, with the Europeana initiative, and with ENA itself, than this morning's rather more formal session, which was about voting for various documents and so on at the AGM. So we're going to take that a bit further. We hope this will be interesting for you. Can I have the first slide, please? So first of all, a bit of housekeeping. Apologies to those who were at this morning's meeting and have heard this before, but I'll just repeat it very briefly again. All the info you need about the agenda is in your program, so keep that handy. Check your username on the video. Please use your first and last name. Please mute your microphone when you're not talking. If possible, use your camera. And if you need to leave, turn your camera off. We encourage you to actively listen, and please do use the Zoom chat function to share your thoughts and to ask questions during the presentations. We had some very interesting inputs this morning in the chat zone, and we'd like that to continue. Please respect Europeana's inclusive engagement guidelines. I'll now show those. Next slide, please, on the screen, and I think Tamara will put them into the chat for you to read, so I won't go through them in detail. Those of you who've been to previous meetings, including this morning's, will have seen these already. We encourage inclusive conversation, collaboration throughout the event. Please, when in communication with others, please try to hold thoughtful and considerate conversations, and this means we ask you to listen and read with the same energy and focus with which you want to be heard yourself. Embrace a learning mindset, respect all points of view, and whole space and multiple perspectives, and we maintain that any person has the right to speak up and identify when they think a boundary has been crossed. And if you think a boundary has been crossed, please signal this to us and let us know. The next slide, please. So the agenda for this afternoon's session is, first of all, it's in 4 parts. First of all, we're going to go into some general background to the Europeana initiative and the data space, which is the key new development, of course, for all of us, and what that all entails and implies. We're then going to delve in more depth into what Europeana, ENA, you and your country can gain from what we are doing, from what is being done. In particular around them, but so reflecting an increased focus on the member states, which we would like to have. Third session is around learning with us and new initiatives in learning, which we are trying to provide to the community. And the fourth is, once again, in more depth about the data space, the initiative, ENA, and the communities in particular. You heard something this morning, if you were at the meeting, about the communities. We're going to go a bit further into that this afternoon. We warmly invite interaction. Please put your questions in the chat. So next slide, please. So now we start the first session, which will be jointly done between myself, Harry, and Kirsten. I'm going to hand over, first of all, to Harry to begin this, talking about the data space and the initiative. Harry.
Thank you, Rob, and good morning, everyone. My name is Harry Verwijn. I'm the General Director of the Europeana Foundation. And with Rob and Kirsten, I'd like to give you a very quick bird's eye view of how we've been thinking about the data space and also our vision for the coming years. And this is a process we've spent about a year on for the past year. This document, a vision document, has been submitted to the European Commission. That's the vision of the Europeana initiative. More than 100 people contributed. Some of you were in the room. And that should lead to a strategy for the data space in the coming years. So for those of you who don't know us so well, Europeana initiative empowers cultural heritage sector in its digital transformation. That's what we are all about, and we want to do that in a very specific way. We want to make all the data available as usable as possible, often open, for mutual benefit. We like to work very collaboratively on things so that it's really a vested interest of the sector. And we also committed to reliability. So those are the founding principles of Europeana we've been working on for the past 15 years. If I can get the next slide. We do that, like I said, very collaboratively and collectively. Europeana Initiative consists of 3 pillars. The foundation, which is executing most of the work through contracts, the European Commission primarily. We're about 60 people in The Hague and across Europe. But there's also the Europeana Network Association, for which Rob is the chairman. 5,000 people all across Europe, learning and acting network, and we work with the Europeana Aggregators Forum. Kirsten will be telling you more about it. We work with domain and also national aggregators across Europe. Altogether, we work with libraries, museums, and archives as our primary constituency. About 4,000 are actively involved one way or another. So in the next slide, we've been recently being in the last 2 years, grappling with, okay, how can Europeana as a data space thrive? How can we do the job we like to do even better than we did before? So data spaces are a construct of the Digital Europe program. That's a funding program of the European Commission based on a set of principles. I'm just listing here the top level. A data space is a distributed system defined by governance framework that enables secure and trustworthy data transactions between participants while supporting data sovereignty. That comes from the Data Space Supporting Center blueprint, by now version 1.5. It's still in development. I'm not going to be able to share with you all the intricacies of data spaces. We believe we're on the right track. Our direction of travel will be to further decentralize, putting really sovereignty at the core of everything that we do. That means that you as network members should be empowered all across Europe to do the work you like to do under the principles and the guiding frameworks that we develop here together. In the next slide, like I said, we've made our first steps in this direction, and there are 3 things that we would like to bring across today. I'll start in the next slide. 3, we call them levers, powerful levers that we think if we do them well can really boost the efforts that we've been doing over the past years to a new level. I think, Kirsten, you'll be taking over from here to talk about the first big thing that we'll be engaging in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harry. So my name is Kerstin Arnold. As Harry mentioned, I'm currently the chair of the Europeana Aggregators Forum. And the first lever that I want to talk to you about is the lever that looks at decentralization and diversification of the activities that we do and the data and the services that we offer as a data space. Next slide, please. So what does this mean in detail? So of course, we are talking about data, but we're also talking about the tools that allow us to prepare the data, to enrich the data, to share the data. And we are talking about the conversations that we are having within the broader context of the Europeana initiative. So Harry already mentioned the point about reliable as being one of the principles, but you can also see the term of trust on this slide here. And we are very much kind of talking about currently the role of what the data space calls intermediaries. And I think that is something where on the one hand, aggregators come into the picture, but also potentially other actors from the ENA context, Europeana Tech, but also research, education, and all the different players that we will have in the data space. Next slide, please. I want to focus in a little bit on the aggregators, and Harry already mentioned that we are currently kind of looking at a network of 43 accredited aggregators. We know there are more aggregators out there. Some are also providing data to Europeana, but are not kind of part of this, let's say, closer network of aggregators. And we have aggregators on all different levels. So it can be regional or national, but it can also look at a specific domain, so archives, libraries, museums, or it can look at a specific topic like fashion or sound and audiovisual heritage. Next slide, please. What do aggregators do? And you can already see in this kind of, putting main points and details next to each other that you can explain what an aggregator does in a very few words. So working with cultural heritage institutions, working with data, making the data available. But that's not all that there is to aggregators. So there's a lot of work kind of going into the work that we do with the data that is around standardization, and that looks at the frameworks that Europeana Initiative has defined over the past 15 years, like the publishing and the licensing framework, and of course, Europeana data model. But there's also a lot of work going into capacity building, into joint dissemination and engagement activities, and in exploring new tools and methods. And I think that's where there's a big overlap specifically with the Europeana tech community from our end. So kind of all the new things around there with 3D and AI and all that there is to explore, that is also something where aggregators contribute to. Next slide, please. The expected results from this first level are an improved value proposition for the partners and the users of the data space, ideally in higher engagement with existing and new audiences. And that also kind of leads not only to potentially reconfigured role for the aggregators and the 3 pillars of the initiative, but also the initiative as a whole in the terms that it will become the data space steward. And here I'm handing back to Harry for the second level.
Thanks, Kirsten. So that first lever encourages us to decentralize even further, setting standards that allow data to be shared ultimately at source via the intermediaries that Kirsten outlined. We also are excited, and that's what this second lever is about, that we're now not operating in a vacuum. If I can go to the next slide. Data spaces are really being constructed as serving specific communities, in our case, cultural heritage sector, if you want, but also to interconnect with other data spaces, other areas where data that have data needs or also have something to offer to our sector. I've highlighted here a quick example, the data space for tourism, which has just been initiated, kickoff in October. This will look into what kind of activities can be deployed, what kind of data needs to be assembled to improve and increase sustainable tourism in Europe. And there's an obvious connection to be made with cultural heritage. We know that 40% of all tourism in Europe is really cultural tourism. So those will be the kinds of connections that we're going to investigate to make. And obviously, it's very important that we find ways to make all that data interoperable. Otherwise, these kinds of things will not be possible. So that's on a data space level. The ambition of Europe is really to create what they call a digital single market. We may think of that as a commons to be explored, but where data can really flow under certain specific and transparent conditions across Europe. There's another opportunity for us, and that's the next slide, that Europeana is not the only big, large organization that operates in the cultural heritage sector or domain. Time Machine was already in place a couple of years ago. It was a very powerful vision for using computer vision and AI to create interesting new developments. The Kick for Culture has been in existence for about 2 years, and now we've been joined by the Cultural Heritage Cloud. I'm sure that most of you will have heard about that. The foundation and the network associations are partner in that project called ECHOS, and that will also allow us to get deeper into heritage science and all the developments and the tools that will be made available there. We hope to also being able to integrate into the common data space for cultural heritage, and vice versa. Our data can be made available to cloud to support new research endeavors. So that should lead, and that's the next slide, to several outcomes. We hope that this will lead to more sustainable access, and that's the key word, to new reuse audiences, instead of every time trying to enter new markets without having strong partnerships and networks to work with. We now should be able to do that in a more sustainable way. This should also help us to make advances into innovation environments. We're thinking about XR, virtual worlds, all those kinds of things. Again, those are markets and audiences that would be hard for us to get into on our own. But through these additional networks and partnerships, we should be able to make more progress there. So that's the second lever, and I'll now hand over to you, Rob, for the third one.
Okay, thanks, Harry. So the third lever is to review our engagement model with the member states so that we can achieve the goals of the 2021 recommendations. Can I have the next slide, please? So this involves a more thoroughgoing approach to the European initiative as a networked organization so that we can reach the member states. And some of the things that are on the agenda in order to achieve that, to help achieve that, are the nurturing of engagement in all the different ways we've been talking about today so far, and we'll talk about some more, partnerships and collaboration. We want to ensure that the data space value offer is understood and recognized, so that people know what the data space is and what it can do for them and what they might do for it. And a link to that, we need to contractually to secure the flow of data to the data space, and that I think is network related activity too. We want to safeguard and support national policy positions which are related to the recommendations, the European recommendations, and so on, by the support that we can give to that process. We want to build capacity and provide training, and we'll hear quite a bit more about that this afternoon, about our plans in that area. We want to test, we plan to, or already testing and establishing country groups, and want to expand that as a means of interacting within countries and between countries. And we want to also promote supporting projects which have been proven so useful under the DEP contract, and ensure that the funding for those supporting projects continues to exist. The next slide, please. The European Network Association is at the core of this. It's a free, open and democratic community of experts working in the field of digital cultural heritage. We are united by a shared mindset to expand and improve access to Europe's digital cultural heritage. We currently have a shade short of 5,000 members. This month, I think we will probably pass 5,000 members, and the membership is continuing to increase. So this is a good chunk, I would say, of the potential audience, but we can get more, and we would like to get more. Next slide, please. So if we look at the membership at the moment, the one important feature is its perhaps slightly unexpected diversity, especially in the geographic area, where I counted yesterday that we have members, at least one member, usually more, from at least 69 countries. So we go well beyond Europe. We have we attract a global audience. People are joining regularly from all over the world, and that's a feature which I'm very impressed, actually. And it's an interesting avenue, I think, for the future development of the European initiative. We are also professionally diverse. Right now, we're revamping our statistical data, so I'm not going to give you any charts or graphs here, but I've grouped together the main types of the main domains from which our members come. The red ones at the top, the top three are the main ones from which we have most members and where our focus mainly has been until now. Cultural heritage institutions, as Harry mentioned, individuals working for cultural heritage institutions, of course, because membership of ENA is for individuals, not for organizations at the moment. The second is secondary and tertiary education, schools, and the third is academic research. Principally, I would say digital humanities and heritage sciences, but not only. The second group, with slightly fewer members, includes the creative industries and media, government ministries, NGOs and associations, and then going on down, we have some members, not a huge number, but some from the software industries, copyright and legal, and from tourism. And I think it's fair to say that in the context of the data space, we need to consider where we should be expanding membership and which new group we should be targeting. I was interested to hear Harry mention tourism there, for example. Next slide, please. I don't think it is reasonable to talk about ENA without mentioning the communities. These are our main engine for activity. Those of you who are here this morning have already heard something about this. There'll be more about it this afternoon. When you join ENA, you are able to join any number of the 7 communities that we have. And they, as I say, are an engine for us to carry out work and to be visible, both in countries and otherwise, and across Europe. The climate action community, communicators, copyright research community, education, tech and impact. And you've already, if you were here this morning, again, heard something about this. There'll be more coming soon. Next, please. So the expected result of this process, lever 3, would be a more symbiotic engagement between member states in the data space. Secondly, a stronger participation and crossovers between local communities and the European cultural and creative industries. And the third needs to be the achievement of the 2021 EU recommendation targets for the data space, which include 41 million new high-quality data sets and over 16 million 3D digitized assets to the data space by 2030. And by being more active at member state level, I think this will be an important contribution to achieving these targets. I think that's from me now. On to the next slide, and the next person is Marco. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Hello, everybody. Lovely to be here. I'm Marco de Niet. I'm from Leiden University Libraries. Currently, I'm on the board, supervisory board of Europeana Foundation. And as such, I was invited to chair this session with you. We're slightly later than scheduled, and we have the session planned about Europeana, the ENA, you and your country until lunch, which is about 12:30. As we just heard from Rob in that lever 3 part, that countries are a very important part of what we do in the work of Europeana, and they not just some countries are funding Europeana, but our country context is very important. For instance, in our educational professional trainings, working with institutions, there's a strong social context at the national level, for instance, in conferences that are organized at the national level. In some countries, there are very strong infrastructures, for instance, for aggregation with the national aggregators. There are national funding bodies that help us do our work in the area of digital cultural heritage. There can be your own implementation in legislation, for instance, the copyright implementation, or some countries have national strategies for digital heritage. And of course, a very strong part of that is also our national identities, our cultural identities that are based, that are rooted in the history and the languages that we have, and also the artists, for instance, the cultural artists that we have in our own countries. So what we thought of, what would be useful, is even though that we are connected at the European level through Europeana and the European projects that we participate in, that in this session we will zoom in on this national context, on your country. How can the context of your country help you work in the context of Europeana and the data space for cultural heritage? So we have in this session 3 parts with representatives from the Europeana office and the network association, from the management board, and we will focus in on 3 aspects. So it's about awareness raising with national networks and decision makers. That's from Shadi Ardalan and from Joa Henriksson. The second part will be diving a bit deeper into the country groups and how can they be like in your own country. That's with Ad Polé and with Ines Vidopievec. And the third part will be about translations and multilingualism and other initiatives in that area with Adrian Murphy and Mariana Marcucci. I invite you to put your questions in the chat. Sophie Taas will be monitoring the chat. And because of timekeeping, I would suggest to save that. We reserve some time at the end for a Q&A session. So I suggest that we have these 3 parts in sequence, and then we come back to your questions in the session at the end. Let me check if I mentioned everything that I wanted to say. So I suggest that we now move on to the first session. from Shadi and Juha about awareness raising with national networks and decision making. Shadi, I think you're the first one, aren't you?
Yes, thank you, Marco. Good morning. I'm Shadi Ardalan. I'm Head of Member States Relations and Governance at the European Foundation. So building on Rob's introduction about the European Initiative's strategy for member states engagement, I'd like to share with you how the European Initiative envisions enhancing member states' engagement and participation in the data space for cultural heritage, our projects and European activities. In a world that's increasingly interconnected, our collective impact grows when we collaborate together towards common goals and ambitions. And each EU member state and European country brings unique insights, strengths, and experiences that can greatly enrich the data space, Europeana, and our shared goals. By engaging actively, we can learn from diversity of perspectives, strengths, and approaches from all of you, from your countries, from actors and your colleagues in your countries. I would like to start by emphasizing the crucial role that each one of us as actors within our member states and countries play in advancing the success and long-term sustainability of the data space and the European Initiative. This is a shared effort that demands active, ongoing collaboration across all levels, from policymakers to institutions, from aggregators to empowered and empowering communities and networks. So at the heart of our efforts, there is the European Commission's 2021 recommendation on the data space for cultural heritage, which serves as our guiding policy framework. Later, I will put the link to the recommendation document in the chat for those of you who are not familiar with it. We refer to this recommendation a lot. This recommendation is more than just a set of guidelines. It is a cohesive strategy with different facets that address the complex and interconnected challenges of digital transformation, but also the opportunities. By adhering to this recommendation, we align our efforts with a vision of digitally accessible and reusable European cultural heritage. The recommendation calls for development and implementation of national digital strategies for cultural heritage within each member state. These strategies must be robust and actionable and rooted in the unique context of each country. Also essential is adoption of common frameworks and shared standards. Countries are encouraged to provide high quality, accessible and reusable data. To make these happen, member states should actively support cultural heritage institutions and aggregators. In addition, the communities and networks should be empowered, providing them with knowledge, tools, and resources that they need to grow and thrive. We put emphasis on the 2021 recommendation as the framework to realize the data space for cultural heritage, not only for the sake of delivering the targets of the recommendation, but mainly because the countries and member states themselves benefit from these targets. And from what is recommended in this document. The success of European Initiative and the data space and the member states' digital transformation and culture, the implementation of the recommendation all depend on the actors in each member state or European country which participates in the data space, and they should join forces, work together. And when we say all actors, I wanted to add, we mean the Ministry of Culture, other ministries relevant to digital culture, representatives on the CDCHE expert group, rotating presidencies of the EU, the aggregators, country groups were present, and of course, you members of the European network in each and every country. Next slide, please. As the third year of the deployment of the data space for cultural heritage has started, the European initiative set a strategic plan to support the member states in meeting the ambitions of the data space, help them realize the goals of the recommendation and advance their digital transformation in the area of culture. In the next 2 years, our approach to support the member states will involve a range of targeted activities in different areas. For example, these activities will aim to secure flow of high quality data to the data space, nurture engagement, and ensure the data space and European value offers are understood and recognized. Delivering the data space supporting projects with member states, institutions, and participants, which support innovation in the sector, building capacity and providing training, of course, and increasing multilingual access, content, products in the data space and Europeana. Through our activities, we aim to create more touch points for engagement, foster national, regional, local ownership, and enhance the relevance of our work to each country's needs. For example, we will explore partnerships and collaborations with actors, various actors in each country. We will work together with country groups. We will promote the ethical use of technology, and, for example, mainly artificial intelligence, which is quite on everyone's agenda and mind these days. Through data space supporting projects, we hope to increase the offer of 3D and extended reality content in the data space, promote reuse in domains outside the culture and heritage sector, for instance, in tourism. We're going to provide capacity building and training through the training platform and Europeana Academy. We will promote multilingual search features, for example, in coordination with the language of rotating EU presidencies or with a focus on the language of country groups. We will also run a cross-presidency campaign under the Polish, Danish, and Cypriot presidencies in the next 2 years. This is similar to the Twinit campaign, which supported flow of 3D data to the data space last year, and we will hold presidency conferences. Of course, there are a lot of other activities, and these were examples that I wanted to share with you. I would also like to talk about the dedicated country pages within our statistics dashboard, which I will come to in a second. I'd like to repeat that the successful implementation of these activities also requires joint coordinated efforts of not only the European initiative, but also active involvement of your colleagues in each country and in each member state. If I can have the next slide, please. European Commission's recommendation 2021 sets data targets for member states. These targets include interim 2025 targets and final 2030 targets. So I'm excited to share with you about the new feature we're developing within the statistics dashboard to support the member states in understanding their country's data contribution to European and the data space and the progress of data contribution. They can track their progress towards the set targets in terms of quantity, quality and type, mainly 3D. Here you can see the screenshot of a country page. This one is for the Netherlands, and these country pages will be, of course, accessible by everyone. They aim to provide a central point for policymakers in your country, aggregators, networks, organizations, institutions, and you professionals to view, monitor progress of data contribution towards targets. And we hope that the tool can also inform future work policies in your ministries of culture, in your in the sector within your country, and also drive informed evidence-based decision making around digital culture and heritage. Next slide, please. Yes, here you can see it will also be possible to compare progress towards data targets with other countries. The development of these pages is currently in progress. We are validating the usability of the tool with colleagues in various countries. By summer 2025, the improved version of the tool will be launched and promoted. In the following phase, we will explore expansion of the country pages to include other types of data. In the longer term, the data space could potentially contain and publish and provide access to data about cultural heritage sector in countries, this data is partly collected by Europeana, but could also be provided by the member states themselves or by other participating European countries.
Sorry to interrupt, but can you wrap it up your part, because we are
sure.
short on time. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'll be quick. So next slide, please. To bring all these activities to life and ensure their success and impact, securing sufficient funding is crucial. Adequate funding enables us to sustain meaningful engagement, support each country's unique needs, and deliver impactful, high-quality activities across our network. You surely know that the Data Space for Cultural Heritage is funded under the Digital Europe program. Currently, the responsible committee is finalizing the draft work plan for the program for 2025-2027. This draft includes the funding of the data space, and the current draft allocates inadequate annual funding for the core data space service, and there is no funding for the supporting projects. The European initiative is currently and actively running a campaign to secure adequate funding for the data space core service and supporting projects. The campaign wants to make sure that the sufficient funding is allocated within the draft work plan. And of course, you can help in this campaign. You can encourage the director of your institution or organization to write a support letter to the European Commission in support of the data space and highlighting the importance and requesting adequate funding for it. You can also invite the head of your institution or organization to write a support letter to your Ministry of Culture to express the same support. If you're willing to help, we can facilitate this. We can share a template that your organization can adjust and use, and we provide the email addresses of respective people in the Commission and in your ministry where the letters of support should be sent to. I will put my email address in the chat in a second. Please contact us if you wish to help. So I conclude here. Thank you very much for your attention, and hand over to the next speaker. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shadi. And the next speaker is Juha, talking about a case for awareness raising in Finland.
Yeah, thank you, Shadi. I'm Juha Henriksson from Management Board of ENA, and also I'm the director of the Music Archive Finland. Can you please change the slide? I want to share my experiences how to raise awareness and advocate European data space and ENA in Finland. I think that every country is a case of its own, and in Finland, for instance, we have national language, so it's very important to speak about European data space in Finnish, I think, because we know English, we can speak, read English, but still giving information in Finnish is very vital. And also Finland is a very small country, so I think more or less we all know each other when the cultural heritage professionals are concerned. I was elected in Members' Council a year ago and started in MB in January, so this, what I now say is happened in 1 year. So I have these meetings with the officials of the Ministry of Education and Culture, and also kept them informed about European by email and on one-on-one discussions. This is also in Finland. We have very good relations with the officials of the ministry. We have no, for instance, I started as director of the Music Archive Finland like 27 years ago, so I know these officials very well, and I can say they are my friends. I know this is not the case in some other countries, but in Finland we have these very informal relations with each other. And also I had meetings with the representatives of the Research Council of Finland, who gives most of the funding for research, also for research for cultural heritage. And I'm also involved in Time Machine, and through Time Machine I was taking part of the formalizing the ARC SRIA, which forms the basis of the new European partnership in resilient cultural heritage, and Finland has signed this partnership contract, so there will be research funding for that from the beginning of 2026. Next slide, please. So of course I have given a presentation on Europeana and or data space in several seminars. For instance, in Mikkeli we had this International Digital Archive Future conference with 400 participants, 100 on site there in Mikkeli and 300 online. Also, Digime seminar that was organized by the Ministry of Education, and some other presentations. And also we have these local national networks, for instance, Archives Network, I've been chair of that, and also some other. I highlight this legal group of the GLAM sector, which is very active here in Finland. And it's also typical for Finland that we have a very good and close cooperation with archives, museums, and libraries, all three cultural heritage sector organizations. We work very closely with each other. And also, of course, I have a lot of one-on-one and small group discussions about European ENA and data space with my colleagues. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide, please? European communities, I think it's perhaps to my mind, perhaps the best part of ENA. We have these communities. We have a special session for that later today, and they provide a lot of very good information also for the perspective of national groups and networks. For instance, copyright communities, task forces and working groups have been very useful with regard of this Finnish GLAM legal group. Also, we are now piloting to use the impact playbook for private archives in Finland. And also I am spreading information about From Self to Europe in a task force documentation in GitHub, for instance. Next slide, please. And also, as I said, I'm involved in Time Machine. I'm a request for comments editor and Time Machine ambassador in Finland, and we have this very big network of Time Machine member organizations in Finland, total of 40 member organizations. So we are very well presented in Time Machine in Finland, and this network is also very useful when cooperation with ENA and data space is concerned, because ENA members are individuals and Time Machine members are organizations, so these two large networks complement each other very well, and this has been very successful way also to promote Europeana in Finland. Next slide, please. And also there is this communication aspect. I'm an editor-in-chief of the Filing magazine, which is the only professional magazine for archiving in Finland, and I have already wrote several archives about Europeana, ENA, and data space to that magazine. I'm not using other types of social media, but I'm quite active in LinkedIn and I posted there quite a lot Europeana information about European events, for instance. And as I said in the beginning of my presentation, I think it's very, very important to give people information about European and ENA in Finnish in Finland. That is certainly helping us to spread information on the national level, to use our own national languages, not just English. So that was my presentation. Give you some examples of the different ways to promote Europeana in the data space national level.
Thank you, Juha. That was really nice to hear how you and your colleagues are working together in Finland, and I'm sure it's inspirational for many of us and how well you work together across all the domains in Finland. So thank you for that. As you just said, we move on to the second part, which is a deeper dive into the country groups, and that's Otpole and Ines Vodopievec. Ot, I think you're the one to kick this off, and I would ask you to keep your part within the limit of 20 minutes at the most together.
Yes, thank you very much, Marco Denit. I will share my screen. I am sharing it. I will also try to make it a little bit bigger. There we go. I have more slides than I can address here in the time that we have now, so I will be racing through the slides a little bit, but you can all access them later. Country groups, a lot has been said already about them. In short, what are they? It's a Europeana initiative, actually, which is very important because it's covered by all the activities that we heard about in the introduction.
Sorry, Ed, sorry, yes? You don't have the slides from the beginning. Can you please? Sorry, we have the screen with this.
Maybe it has to renew then, because this is the first slide I have in my presentation.
Okay, we are looking at expectations and multilingualism, so.
No, it's okay, Ines, actually, the country groups pilot.
Sorry,
no, it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Ah, okay. I had some, it seems I had a problem. Okay, thank you.
No problem. Lots of national activities have been addressed already in the introduction when we were talking about the three pillars of the initiative. The country groups idea comes actually from the ENA Network Association, where they were looking for ways on how to decentralize activities and centralized promotion of these activities. So that's the key word here. When I say initiative project, it is because this year we started in January with a pilot project to work with 3 countries, in this case, Bulgaria, Italy, and Slovenia. And this project will end by the end of the year. And all the activities will be reviewed, all the work that we did will be evaluated, and then we hopefully will come with useful recommendations how to prolong not so much the project, but the concept of country groups. We aim to have a report ready by February next year so that we can have a better framework for new country groups to be set up. And this is all part of that framework. We developed a starter pack for the country groups to start working on, like setting their focus, organizing themselves, and all that kind of thing. We shared useful documentation, and of course, this will all be available to people who are interested in setting up their own new country groups in the future. Basically, a country group is a flexible shape, has a flexible shape. It's in a hub, a point of connection for professionals from the cultural heritage sector. In the 3 countries that we are now running, there are more than one person involved, and they come from different backgrounds, from ENA, from the aggregators group, or any other way actually. Some of them are related to projects that run in support of the data space, for instance. But it can be basically any composition that you would like to have for your country. Actually, the example that Juha just gave about Finland, he's running a country group on his own. So you can imagine how diverse it can be. But what we promote here is to bring a people of professionals together who can really promote the work of Europeana and can organize themselves. The basic principles, well, they're no different from the principles of the whole Europeana initiative. So the vision and the mission, as it's on Pro at the moment. And as Harry at the beginning already outlined how it is in these days. But building on these, country groups are actually free to define their own remit and define their own focus. As you can see in the country groups that we're working with now, they are all 3 rather different in that respect. Just to give you the names and the compositions of the 3 existing country groups. Here you can see them all 3. They all have every country group has a country page on Pro, so you can look it up. I will share the link to the country page later, so that you can inform yourself a little bit more about that. And here you can see that for Bulgaria, we were actually looking up for a national infrastructure for aggregation, or actually for all the work that is involved in the Europeana initiative. And they kicked off very well with a national strategic event earlier this year in April, where they gathered cultural heritage institutions from all over the country to inform them about the work that Europeana does and how they can connect to it. We were lucky to have a representative of the Ministry of Culture in this country group, because at the moment they're running a big digitization project in Bulgaria, so that was actually a very good connection to make. And then we have very veterans like Milena Dobreva, the treasurer of ENA, but also Radka Kalcheva, who's acting as the current aggregator for Bulgaria. In Italy, the composition is different. We have a representative from the national aggregator, Antonio Madonna, and then we have Mariana, also present here, representing maybe also herself with her company, but also on behalf of ENA MC, of course, and ENA MB. And we have Maria Teresa Natala, again, from an institution that relates very much to the activities of Europeana. And after a call to the Europeana Network Association, we had 2 more volunteers trying to take part of it. And sorry, I shifted too quickly. Many focus areas here, because it's about also reaching out to the museum sector in Italy, where they had a wonderful workshop earlier this year, and this month on the 25th of October they'll be having a bigger event reaching out on several topics for cultural heritage institutions to enhance their the digital representation, and copyright regulation, of course, is an important element of that. For Slovenia, I leave it to Ines later to talk about that, but you can see here the difference in it already. And well, just briefly to how to start a country group. You can take these 3 countries as examples. This is an overview of what they did. They had workshops for museum sectors, both in Slovenia and Italy. There was actually strong support in the Twinit campaign, because it made lines short, so it was absolutely beneficial to have the country represented in the Twinit campaign. And we had an excellent meeting with the expert group on Common Europeana Data Space for Cultural Heritage, and I would like to give the floor now to Slovenia to talk about it, because she was actually representing the country groups in that event.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ed. Yeah, it was a very interesting event where all 3 representatives of all 3 country groups were present. I have to say, if I go a little bit backwards, we are, as a national library, we are a national aggregator already for, from the beginning, more than 15 years. And we already have a little bit of outreach to other institutions in Slovenia, but connecting the nodes into the country group, we can say the national node, we can say whatever word we use, but it's actually a systematical organization of what we already do in the country level. So we kind of connected the organizations with the Twinit campaign, with different projects, with workshops. We organized a huge outreach event on digital libraries in Slovenia 2 months ago. And we really reached a great effect, because now the institutions are coming back to us, asking us how they can reach Europeana. But not only that, also the institutions from other countries are reaching out to us and asking us for help, and maybe for organization of some kind of even regional groups or regional support on international. So that means that kind of a institution that already has some background, some good practices, can share and advise other countries and other institutions, not only on the national level, but also further abroad. So we really got a lot from this work we started with the country groups. And here are some possible further steps that we also talked about on the meeting that Ed mentioned. It is kind of a connection of all the dots that work in some country, and it's also the decentralized approach may be interesting for the data spaces that we are now going for. So this is all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I think we can end here, and like I said, I will share the link to the country page where you can gather more information, and you can also reach out to me if you need to know how to start up.
That's great, Ines, and thank you very much for this insight into the country groups. And it's great to see how this new line of organization within the European initiative is getting a stronger foothold in the work that we do. Thank you so much, and also for your timekeeping. So I suggest we move on to the 3rd part, which is about using the richness of all our languages that we have in Europe, and that's Mariana and Adrian. I'm not sure who is kicking off.
It's me.
It's Adrian. And again, can we try to fit this within about 20 minutes, and then we have time for some Q&A at the end?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, I think I have control of the screen. Or do I? Yes, okay. So Mariana and I today are going to talk about ways in which network members have been involved in some initiatives of Europeana. And I'm going to start with an introduction just for those who don't know the Europeana website, but I'm sure that's not too many people in this call, where you can search and browse over 50 million records and discover engaging stories and educational materials. But what many people might not know is that the website is available in all of the official languages of the European Union. So at the bottom of every page, you can adapt that website to your language. And here are some examples in English, Italian, and Dutch. So the website changes depending on who and what language you're viewing the website in. We provide the website and the information on it in those 24 languages. That's the interface of the website, some of the metadata of the website, and the editorial. And today I'm going to focus on the editorial, partly because this is where the network have had involvement over the past year. So on our website, as I'm sure many of you know, we have editorial in two different formats, in blogs and exhibitions. Blogs are shorter form and exhibitions are longer form. And all of these stories are available in 24 languages. Not equally, there are over 1,000 stories in English, and in other languages a little less. French and Italian have over 100, and other languages have smaller amounts of that. I won't talk too much today about the actual formats. There are many presentations on Europeana Pro which look at this, and there's also a course in the Europeana Academy, which I think you'll hear about later, which will talk more about this information. So moving on, we tell stories of countries, cities, and places all across Europe. This is a map. Please don't look at the actual map. It's deeply out of date. But the idea here is to show that we're telling stories from all across different parts of the continent. Anyone can suggest an idea if they would like to write a story for Europeana. The editorial guidelines, which are here, linked to here, can give you the information about how to do that and what kind of stories that we publish. We obviously would like to publish those in as many languages as possible to make the stories as accessible as possible to readers across Europe. We're particularly interested in a number of countries: Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Malta, Slovakia, Slovenia. We've not published a lot of stories about those countries, so the more we can, the more representative our editorial becomes. Moving on. So over the past year, we've done an awful lot of work to improve the multilingual editorial on Europeana. We have added over 600 different translations, individual translations, to the website. You might not be able to see this graph very well, but here is a comparison between year one of our data space contract, which was 2002 to 2023. 2022 to 2023, and year two, which was 2023 to 24. The year two is blue, the year one is yellow. You can see that each bar is representative of a language, and we have added many translations each over the course of 1 year. Moving on to the next slide. So with 1,000 stories in English on the site, we have to work out some criteria for how we decide to translate these stories. So we assess them based on website statistics and analytics, determining popular content across all of the languages, but also for individual languages. For example, a story that might be very popular with French readers, we will then work to translate that into French. We look at the author who has written this, their source language, if they can help us with providing a translation, and whether there is local or pan-European appeal. The way we've achieved all these translations are in a number of ways: by the authors who are writing them, if they speak a language additional to English, by machine translations, which is post-reviewed via e-translation, the European Union translation service, which I'll come back to in a moment. And we also use some professional translation, which is paid for out of our budgets. So in 2024, at the beginning of this year, we have piloted 2 new initiatives. The first was an internships with Masters of Translation students. making sure that while they are doing their studies, as part of their studies, they have to have an internship at an organization. And we've had two, one looking at Italian, one looking at French, and working towards their professional goals and training and providing translations, as well as many other aspects to Europeana. And most importantly for the network, between March and May 2024, we piloted something called the Translation Review Team, where we invited members of the communicators community to volunteer and help us post-review machine translations. Moving on. We recruited those via the Europeana Communicators community, via its mailing list and its newsletter, and 79 people signed up, offering to review translations in 16 different languages, and overall 22 people actually completed a translation review. Though those led to 61 different individual translations being added to the Europeana website in Bulgarian, Croatian, Dutch, German, Greek, Hungarian, Italian, Maltese, Polish, Portuguese, Romanian, and Spanish. Within the Europeana Foundation, you may not know, but we speak about half of the overall languages of the EU. So there's many languages that we don't speak, for example, Estonian or Finnish. And we thought this was a really good way to involve the community and involve the network to help with that. Moving on. So at the end of that pilot, which ended in May of this year, we sent a survey to those who had signed up to find out, is there life in this after a pilot? How can we adapt it in a way to suit the needs of those who had been in the pilot? So 75% of those who responded said they were satisfied and rated their participation in a favorable way. Nearly all of them, 89% of those who replied, said they would continue to participate if this was to become more permanent. So in 2025, we will follow this up with a more permanent activity. We're still shaping this a little bit, so I don't want to give you too much information about this just yet, but we're thinking that it will be something along the lines of looking for long-term volunteering, a volunteering opportunity in that way, rather than the pilot, which was quite sort of one-off. So with that, I hand over to Mariana and the Digital Storytelling Festival.
Thank you so much, Adrian. May I ask you to move the slides? I know that you have the control. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll be very quick to wish to engage you with one of the most interesting events we are organizing, that is the Digital Storytelling Festival, that is really connected with multilingualism and translations, and I will tell you why. The Digital Storytelling event is a global event. We're running it since 2 years ago, and it's an international event in which we wish to engage cultural professionals, to engage in connecting art, digital heritage, history, and obviously to boost their digital storytelling skills. The festival is made up of 2 incredible days of events, workshops, inspiring talks, in which people can listen to other professionals and other experts in digital storytelling, and also build some connections together and learn from, peer-to-peer, learn from other participants also. All the participants are from the cultural heritage area. Professionals, we have educators, creatives, and we have also students and young professionals. One of the news, let's say, of the Digital Storytelling Festival from 2 years ago is the online creative residency. And I was one of the mentors. The residency is made up for cultural professionals who want to engage with digital storytelling and learn more, and want to understand from other professionals what they can do with the content in Europeana. Next slide, please. And the online creative residence, as I said, ran for the 2nd edition this year. And we divided the mentorship in different areas and different topics. We have had for the first year writing, social media, and animation. And this year in 2024, we have added also collage art and 3D storytelling. And we have encouraged the students and participants to use also the 3D content from the Twinit campaign. And I encourage you to have a look, and I will post the link to the Twinit 3D content on Europeana. Just to for you to have an idea what is the content that people are creating among the residency program. I'm showing you just few examples. One is from Maya Mirceva. She explored the Romani heritage and traditional Romani values with a college experiment. And she wanted to highlight the freedom and tradition and pride of the Romani heritage and Romani people. For the next one, we have Linda Anesti. She created a very nice social media experiment, let's say, called Scrolly Telling Story. She created a series of postcards that mixes, cultural tradition, let's say, traditional cultural heritage with pop culture. I mean, this year topic of the residency and the Digital Storytelling Festival was the journey, so traveling, so tourism. So that's why they are creating this kind of stories for the residency. If you want to participate to the Digital Storytelling Festival, we will put the information and links on the chat at the end of this talk. And also, if you're a young professional or a professional who wants to know more and participate, you can also apply for the residency program and participate more actively. Now, I leave the floor again to Adrian for a quick Menti, and then I will come back to you later.
Thank you, Mariana. So with the Digital Storytelling Festival and the online creative residency, we see lots of ways in which people are using and reusing the cultural heritage on Europeana, which is ultimately one of the goals of the data space. So we wanted to learn a little bit from the people who are here present to find out how are you using these cultural heritage items or data. So if I could ask you all to go to menti.com and enter the code here, 86764675, or you can scan that QR code. And within there, you will find a question which will ask you about how you are using Europeana content and data. The first one is, have you ever used an item or object from Europeana for any purpose? And I can see that we have about 20 people here, and I think most of it's ever growing number. I'll give it a moment or two to let you catch up in case you need to. Okay, so I think most people who have replied have said yes. So 20 out of 25, which is a very good number. Oh, the number keeps on increasing, so I'll give you a moment or two before jumping on to the next question. So it's definitely clear out of the people who are replying here that reuse is something that all of you are, or many of you are doing. So let's move to the next question. Oh, you've already gone ahead. Many of you have jumped ahead already. Thank you very much. We're seeing lots of different ways in which you're using these items for academic research, creative projects, digital or social media projects, education projects, media, tourism, or something else. In general, we are very excited and would love to know more about these projects that you're using Europeana for, the data from Europeana or the collections from Europeana, what you're using them for. That is a really important aspect of our work. The last question, I invite you to tell us more about what you did and if you have any comments on your experience. If you also would like to get in contact with us, you can write to me. My email is listed on the Europeana Pro website, or you can even write to editorial@europeana.eu, and it will find its way to the right person. Mariana, I'll hand back to you now.
Thank you so much, Adrian. For the last 2 hours of my talk, just kidding, for the last 1 minute, I want to show you what we have created with the ENA related to the digital storytelling. And I will post the link later in the chat. We have created a digital storytelling tips that are 7 tips, 7 suggestions on how to be more effective and more engaging when telling your stories. It's not just, let's say, it's not just digital, actually. It's just to tell better stories and in a better way. There are 7. I'm just showing you the first and the last one. So the first one is be personal and be evocative as this last one. You can find all the tips in many languages, actually, because we have translated the 7 tips. Next slide, Adrian. We have translated the 7 tips for digital storytelling in 14 languages now, just to reach, you know, an even broader audience. And I mean, I'm showing you just 3 of them here for Greece and Ukraine and Sweden. And we encourage you also to have a look on the storytelling tips and maybe suggest another language if you wish to contribute or collaborate with us in completing the challenge and the task. I thank you, and I leave the floor to Sophie and Marco to the end of the session.
That's great. Thank you, Mariana and Adrian. So very much what I especially appreciated that in this time where we see cultural heritage getting a stronger foothold in nationalistic narratives across Europe, how we can change this for the better and make this into a positive instead of a negative, as we also see happening around us. So that's really fantastic. And also thank you all for the timekeeping. So we have 10 minutes left for some Q&A and plenary debate. Sophie, you reviewed the comments and questions in the chat.
We had quite active exchanges with some of our participants. So really delighted with your feedback and with your ideas. I think some of these questions have been addressed by previous speakers or have been answered already in the chat. I want to highlight maybe a topic that circled back to us a couple of times, which is about the multilingualism of capacity building materials and events. So there was a question from our friend Henk Alkemade about reusing some material produced for workshops, for webinars, presentations, and so on. Whether we could reproduce that in several languages, because it might benefit connecting with indeed national networks if those would be readily available. And this is something that that returned at the very end of the session in a question about, let me try to quote it specifically, Elisabeth Gropali, who suggested that indeed, instead of having a course in one language available at a certain time, to maybe add more or parallel translated versions, because that could be an issue for some people interested in taking a course, but not being so fluent in English. So maybe both of them wrapped together is something that we could ask Mariana and or Adrian to come back to.
I can reply very briefly. From our experience of working on multilingualism, mostly I have worked on the translation of our stories, so everything I presented. In general, I would say multilingualism is difficult in a sense because it's a real challenge. Because if you look at websites like Booking.com, for example, they have hundreds of translators who work for them. If you look at the European Commission, they have thousands of translators who work for them. We have no translators in-house. We have some internships now, which is a really positive step. But working on what we've seen from working on volunteer-led projects is that they can be very good, and they can be of less good quality. And we have to balance out how we do that. I think for sure I appreciate and see the benefits of providing material in as many languages as possible for people to learn and develop from. Absolutely. I think we need to think about how we can balance those all those aspects together to provide a good service in that respect.
Yes, thank you, Adrian. I think you probably have caught up also in the chat that some people are also already volunteering to join your group of translation volunteers. So that in and of itself is a great result of having you presenting the efforts towards availability of materials in many languages. We also had, and this I flag to our friend Ad, interest for establishing additional country groups. So I strongly invite the people who made these posts, I believe it was Isabella, also Elizabeth, to actively reach out to us. Is there a place where they can already find some in-depth information on what it would take to join the effort?
Yes, I shared a link to the pro page which has information about the conception and about everything, how it works. And actually, I'm already typing away emails to people who have responded to me already. So this is great, lovely.
Great, thank you so much. I do believe that we have with us also still Juha. Juha, there was a question while you were presenting on how you would describe the dynamics of your of having meetings in small groups in the context of Finland and its efforts in digital cultural heritage. Is there a specific benefit that you see in working with smaller groups in sometimes informal settings, if I understood you correctly?
Yeah, of course, it's a great benefit to be able to discuss these things in several levels, like seminars, conferences, then stabilized working groups, and then this also informal settings. But one thing I just put there in the chat, I got the idea that we have already given this presentation in Finland and in country groups and in other countries about European ENA and data space in our national languages. Perhaps we just should collect this presentation in one place. Then we do not need to translate them because they are already in these languages. Perhaps that's helpful to collect them in one place.
That's true, because we regularly highlight Europeana and especially network association activities in regular meetings that we are having and presentations that we give. And I must also admit that I sometimes, or I often forget to feed it back to the group what it is that we're doing on a daily basis. And indeed, therefore, the imprints of those presentations, being the materials that we use in our own language, kind of get scattered without ever being aggregated, so to speak, in a central place. So this is actually an idea that could be fruitful. Let's explore this.
Yeah, and also in the context of the data space for cultural heritage, we've been talking about what kind of data goes into the data space. And I heard several people also talking about this kind of documents on the meta level. So not just collection descriptions or records, but also these kind of supporting documents. Maybe they can also fit into the concept of the data space for cultural heritage. So that's something to explore. Isabella, I saw that you wanted to come back also to the country groups. Make a short comment on that.
Yes, thank you very, very much. Thank you for the attention. It's wonderful, of course, and very exciting to be with Europeana at this time. And digital culture is a fundamental issue for all of us. I wanted to say something about multilingualism because in this region where I am now in the southeast of Italy, but also in the rest of Italy and many European countries, parents pay a lot of money for language studies and obviously the main European languages, mostly. I think involving students and especially high school students would be a way of creating voluntary groups already, at teen age and interest in all of Europeana's activities for the future. It would be wonderful to start with small groups, specific schools, excellent schools that exist, and spread the concept of minority language protection, of multilingualism as a treasure in Europe.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Isabella. Thank you.
Yes, it brings so many things together. Also, our idea of engaging more the youthful parts of our networks or our ecosystem. Thank you very much for this. Adrian, you're still with us. You will also take along this suggestion to further explore.
Absolutely.
So
Thank
we
you,
have 2 more
Isabella.
minutes before we wrap up this this session and go to lunch. I want to ask a question maybe to all speakers. Isabella already mentioned minority languages. So the translations is done in the official languages of the European Union. Of course, we have many more languages across Europe, also minority languages. But there are also some really, if I can call them, almost big global languages that are also very much used within the European population, like Chinese or Arabic. So opening the floor to that, I was wondering, how do the speakers look at using? I know Europeana did a project on Chinese heritage in European institutions. So how do the speakers look at getting involved in these major global languages also in relation to Europeana? Maybe Adrian, you're the first to share your thoughts on that.
I think in a very practical way, and I think it's a huge challenge to achieve a website with 1,000 stories in 24 languages, let alone adding more. But of course, I also see the perspective that having further languages is important for accessibility and for representation and everything else. On our site, we have actually published stories in languages that are outside those 24 official languages, for example, in Serbian and I think in 1 or 2 other languages that escape my mind right now.
How about artificial intelligence as a tool in translations?
Well, what we found is when we have used artificial intelligence and machine translations, people comment on the quality of the translation and they say, this is incorrect, this is not right, this doesn't sound like a natural story, this sounds a little bit fake in places. I think it's good for giving you a very good overview of a translation, but nothing beats having a native speaker of that language review it and check it and make sure that it sounds fluent, let's say.
Okay, well, thank you for that. It's 12:30. I look at Sophie. Is there a final thought emerging from the chat to end this session with?
A lot of enthusiasm for the country groups and for what you mentioned now, Marco, about other global languages, since also the network has such a wide reach and such a diversity that it would be good if in time, of course, Adrian, we hear you, to see that reflected in the Europeana content as well. That's it, I believe, Marco.
Okay, excellent. So then I want to have a big virtual applause for all the speakers and taking us along with on the journey to look at the countries and how we can use the strength of our organization at the national levels and our cultural identities in the work of Europeana. So thank you very much. I wish you all a good lunch and we'll be back at 1 sharp.
We're happy for all of you able to join us after lunch. We
hope you enjoyed it and that you feel replenished and revived, because we have a couple more interesting sessions to go until we wrap up this fruitful networking day at about 4 p.m. Central European Time. Now we are kicking off this afternoon with a session that we entitled Learn With Us, but maybe if I would do it again, I would like to call it Grow With Us, because this session will be all about what you could hope to gain from being a member of the Europeana Network Association, but also how you could help us expand our network by advocating for the Network Association. So it will be useful, I think, for all of us to look into what benefits do you actually enjoy from being an ENA member, so that we can then pass on the good word to people in our networks. Tamara, can you please move the slide? Thanks very much. So I try to summarize it here. So the main idea is that ENA really co-shapes, co-creates with other stakeholders in the sector the future of digital cultural heritage. We're now about 5,000 professionals, but also heritage enthusiasts that are united in this association. And the idea is really that together, from the bottom up, we build this common European data space that has been for years in the making at this point. How would I summarize these benefits of being a part of this network? Well, I called it Connect, Learn and Lead. And it so happens, not entirely coincidentally, that we have 3 Europeana Foundation colleagues in this session who will somehow point to each of these 3 domains from their own expertise, an expertise that we believe indeed greatly benefits ENA members. So talking about connecting with communities, with peers, with sector professionals through events mainly, will be the topic of the talk of Gina van der Linden. Those of you who have attended Europeana events probably know her as, you know, a wizard event manager. I know that Gina is out of office, but still put in an extra effort to join us. Thank you so much, Gina. I hope all's well with your internet connection, and we'll be looking forward to hearing from you. She will be followed by Sebastiaan ter Burg, who is Europeana Foundation's knowledge development specialist, and I would say the brain power behind the emerging Europeana Academy, who is willing and eager, I think, to get us up to speed with what has been happening there over the past couple of months. And then as a third contribution on actually empowering the membership with tools, with services, with outputs that can help them to be a leader in their sector, will be Ad Polé. So Ad is a senior UGC projects coordinator at the Europeana Foundation. Of course, he's our guy when it comes to the country groups, but for this part of our event, he has many more cool stuff to share for sure. So without further ado, if that's okay, Gina, I would like to open the floor for your talk as a first contribution to this session about learning and growing with Europeana. Take it away, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gina van der Linden and I'm the Senior Event Manager of Europeana Foundation. I'd like to tell you a bit about the ENA events and the network opportunities. So due to the fact that we had to do everything online for quite a while, We all got used to attending meetings and webinars in our own chairs and at our own homes. So for us as an organization and network, it offered huge opportunities to reach more people and offer more hands-on webinars. And we did. Pre-COVID, we would run about 7 to 10 events a year, while now we run about 60. All of them are brought to you by enthusiastic professionals. You will hear more about them in a minute by my colleague, but I can already tell you that communities of the ENA create an awesome program every single year with a focus on what their community is interested in and beyond. These get-togethers offer great opportunities to meet your peers, learn from each other, but also a way to share your successes. As a member, you will be the first to hear about what's going on in the sector, what's new, and where to go to when it comes to events and training opportunities. Once every 18 months, we organize a hybrid conference, and this page is showing you some of the really nice responses we got afterward via a survey. The conference will be held either in the Netherlands or in another big city in Europe. The conferences offer a spot to, depending on the venue, 250 to 400 people to meet, network, and also share knowledge. It's a place to enjoy the fact that you can have a chat over a cup of coffee with your friends and peers in the sector. And during the 3 days, you will be offered a great program built from the many proposals we received by other members of the network and the communities. As a network member, you will be the first to hear about the date, the venue, and you will have the opportunity to get a ticket with a 50% ENA member discount. The ENA also offers a grant to 25 of its members to cover travel and stay. So there's a couple events to look out for. There's from 25 till 29 November, the Heritage Horizons Europeana Project Week. And this event, organized by the Europeana Initiative, will put the spotlight on the diverse and innovative projects which enrich and enhance the common European data space for cultural heritage. The main themes will be around the triple social, green and digital transformation in the sector, reuse, AI, and 3D. The program will cover 5 days and will be held from, as said, 25 to 29 November. Then the Europeana 2025 conference, next edition will be in Warsaw, Poland, and most likely in June. So make sure you are an ENA network member and keep an eye out for the save the date to get that ticket. In May, we will have the Digital Storytelling Festival, and there's much more to come. Communities are already working hard to create another great program, including great training opportunities for 2025. So please keep an eye out for those new newsletters, so you're the first to know about them. The QR code on this slide deck you can use to go to Europeana Pro, the events page where more events are waiting for you. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you, Gina. I was prepared for, if your connection wasn't very stable, to hear you on a video. So now I'm a bit confused whether that was your pre-recorded video or you did that live.
That was the pre-recorded video.
Okay. Because with Gina, you know, she's such an uber professional person that I could have imagined both a flawless live delivery as well. But you are in our call, Gina, and you will be available for answering some questions later on in this session.
Yes, I'm here. So
fantastic.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Let's maybe keep in the flow and pass the ball to Sebastian, because we believe indeed that the capacity building or the upskilling of our members is an important value proposition. Please, Sebastian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sophie, and thank you everyone for being here. My name is Sebastian Terburg, and I'm responsible for the Europeana Academy. The Academy launched only 11 September this year, so it's been available for only 2 months now. And we offer self-paced learning and instructor-led training. Self-paced learning is, when you can take any training at your own pace, whenever you have time, and you can complete it whenever you want. On top of the self-paced learning, we have instructor-led training, which in many cases makes use of the same training resources and covers the same topics. But then you have the option to bring in your use cases, your challenges and ideas, and discuss those with the experts that develop the training resources. So you can go much more in depth with people, and it also has the opportunity that you learn together with other peers. So other people facing the same challenges or having the same ideas, that you can go through the course together. Many people also enjoy the instructor-led training because then you have it blocked in your agenda and you have a reason to show up and to complete it from A to Z, because sometimes it can be a challenge if you have to do self-paced learning and stick to the plan that you're going to complete the course. There are 2 links in this slide, which I will share in the chat a bit later, where you can find more information about the Europeana Academy and the training platform where you can find the self-paced training. Next slide, please, Tamara. So the first link will go to this page where you can see the instructor-led training, which is offered. There are 2 courses offered in December. In January, we'll start with a new round of courses. And the ones that are coming up right now are an Introduction to Collections, Audience and Stories on Europeana, and How to Tell Great Stories and Write for Europeana.eu. Next slide, please. Right now, because we've just started, we only have 12 courses. You can see these courses on this slide. Some of those are about storytelling. We have an introduction to data spaces. A lot of talk is about data spaces, but what is it actually and what does it mean for me? Do I need to do anything with data spaces at the moment? That's that course. If you're into more technical things, then we have courses on metadata mapping, the data statistics dashboard that shows you all the information that we have in Europeana, and also introductions to IIIF. And then we have courses on copyright, right statements, how to select them, and why they are so important. To give you a bit of a snippet of what's coming up, then we have several courses coming up that involve 3D, 3D digitization guidelines that show you insight on the complexity of 3D projects, how to create hologram postcards, and how to use 3D prints in education, both for schools, but also within your institution if you have an educational program in your cultural heritage institution. And training on AI, not on how to train your own AI, but how to use AI for your own collection, and the challenges of bias detection in metadata. And these are just a few of the topics of training resources that we're currently working on. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits of being an ENA member? Well, here I'm repeating Gina mostly, that you'll be the first to know about new training opportunities, both the instructor-led and the self-paced. And especially for the instructor-led, that's an advantage because places are limited. Usually there are around 15 to 30 seats available for an instructor-led training. And once it's fully booked, then you'll have to wait for the next opportunity. They are offered on a regular basis. So at least every 3 months, the same course is being repeated. But, if you're just too late and you have to wait another 3 months before you can take the course, that would be a pity. Another reason is that you can also show your expertise. You can see a few of those asterisks right next to these next things on these slides. Our training platform is open for any idea. So if you are an expert in a topic and you have an idea to contribute a training to our platform or even become a trainer and deliver training making use of our facilities, then get in touch with me, because we'd love to facilitate that. The asterisk that you can see there is that we have guidelines for training development and delivery, and it needs to meet those guidelines. But that's also my task, to take you through those guidelines and to support people in the development and delivery of training. And if you want to be involved in another way and support your peers to help with translation and localization, then we'd also love to know about that too. What's localization? Translation, most people know, that's changing the training or the information to another language. But if you think about copyright, then the implementation of the copyright directive is different for each country. And that's why we need to make sure that if we translate something, that it also aligns with the jurisdiction that the training is going to be delivered in. So from a training perspective, if you want to be sure of a seat or need or want to know first if opportunities will become available, then join. Next slide, please. And this was my part. Are there any questions?
So far, not yet, Sebastian, but I believe that we are gathering the questions at the end of this session. So if you're able to stick around with us for a little while longer,
Yes,
that
I'll
would be
stick around.
great. Thank you so much. If I may already maybe anticipate a little bit, I wanted to ask Sebastian, what was the big idea behind this Europeana Academy? Because, of course, you've been working on this for quite a while, I can imagine, behind the scenes. But maybe some of our members didn't see this quite novel part of Europeana operations coming. So maybe it would be cool if you can highlight a little bit where this idea originated and what Europeana hopes to accomplish through the Europeana Academy.
Great question. Thank you for that. So the big idea is that the entire Europeana ecosystem and the network and all the people working in it are very eager to share information. But there was no way before the Academy that you could check if what you were supposed to learn from something, remember, understand, or be able to apply. Those are the three things that we're looking at mostly, to do that in a structured way. So you can go to a webinar and listen to what people have to say, but are you able to translate that to your own situation? Through questions and exercises during our training, you get the validation that what you're supposed to learn from it, that you've actually learned that part. And in addition to that, pretty soon we'll be publishing more general learning pathways that are tailored to specific roles. Are you a cultural heritage professional that's working on metadata? Then these are the courses that you should take or could take if you want to improve on things or if you're interested in things. And maybe you don't need to take all those courses because you're already expert in a few of those topics, but at least you have the overview, and through the quizzes, the exercises, you get this validation of your learning outcomes. And you also have the validation that you talk the same language as other people in this ecosphere. So if you're able to take the training, answer the questions correctly, then you know that your understanding is in the same way. So it's structuring. Also, it has the benefit that if you completed the training, then most courses give you a certificate. And instead of having a certificate of attendance, I was at this event, you now have a certificate of completion. I was able to complete this training and was able to answer all the questions or most of the questions good enough to get a certificate, which you can then publish also maybe on your LinkedIn profile or on social media or share with your manager or with your colleagues. So, for example, internally, we have a competition running for one of the courses and to see who are the colleagues that finish these courses first. Also to know that they have a good understanding of what the data space is.
So you also installed a sweepstake where you bet who's going to win the race.
Not yet. Not yet.
One more question, Sebastian, because I'm going to forget later on. It was interesting that you made a call to action to all the participants here to flag any interesting topics, but also to express interest in maybe contributing to new courses. Did I understand this correctly? So in this sense, my wider question would be, where does the content from this first range of courses come from, and how will that evolve in, let's say, over the next year? Will it come also from projects and from affiliated initiatives?
Well, you almost answered the question completely. So some of these courses are developed by my colleagues working at the Europeana Foundation, but some of these courses are also developed by and delivered as instructors by aggregators. So the metadata course is done by an aggregator. The IIIF courses is delivered through an aggregator. The data spaces course was developed by Capgemini Invent, which was one of the partners in our consortium working on the data space. So it's not only the Europeana Foundation pushing knowledge and information. It's meant to be an open platform, but we do have this quality assurance with these guidelines that before we publish it, we need to know what the intended learning outcomes are, how the validation of intended learning outcomes takes place, and we go through a few test rounds before it's published to the public. So that's why this call to action is open, because we have the tool, we have the processes in place, so we're not limited to the amount of courses that we publish or to the amount of people that take these courses.
So hereby, indeed, a warm invitation for anyone listening right here and right now to reach out if there is some valuable or unique knowledge to share with the network. Thanks very much, Sebastian. And sorry for these preliminary questions, but I think we also had the time for it. So we close your contribution for now. We will circle back to this topic later on in the session. Now, first, let's move back to our slide deck and to our friend Ad Polé to talk a little bit about tools, services, outputs, and some of Europeana's greatest hits, if I can call them that.
That's a nice way of introducing this topic. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. After the presentations from both Gina and Sebastian, I'm happy to tell you a little bit more about other things to enrich you in your professional life, either with a tool or a service that has been developed, because it's a lot that we have to cover, because the offer is really big. So I try to make a distinction between where all these things come from. First of all, I would like to point you at the general tools page on Europeana Pro, where you have a great overview of a number of services and tools that you can use in various ways. I call it general tools because they really cover a great area. Let me see if I can share my screen and go to that page. 1 second. I go here. Sorry, I need a different page. 1 second. This is the page that I'm talking about. I hope you can see it.
Yes, thank you, Ad.
Okay, good, thank you. I'll scroll down a little bit because then you can see, I will not highlight them all, but just to give you an overview of what's possible and what's not. It ranges from 3D tools, in this case, for instance, an online tool. Sorry, I can't see it myself. An online tool that allows you to share your 3D models and the metadata that go with it for review and publication in Europeana. So this is very much to do with aggregation. The other one, which is related, is the Crowd Heritage platform, which has a lot of opportunities to enrich your metadata. For instance, for the fashion collection or for any other collection that is on Europeana. There are even presentations about Europeana itself, like the set of slides that you can use when you need to explain or to present Europeana at a certain event or a certain stage. We have the Europeana subtitled pipeline and training suite, where you can add subtitles to audiovisual content that's displayed on Europeana. There are educational tools from Historiana. Well, scroll down. At the moment, this is like I said, a very general heap of things, and we are working on it to bring them better in a more guiding way, so that you can really find what you are looking for. The nature of these tools and services actually 9 out of 10 times comes from projects that are set up supporting the data space. So they're done with Europeana partners from all levels. Technical partners, but also content partners, and that bring together all these tools and services. I will go deeper into some of them later. Now I go back to the presentation, because also on communities level, you can actually see a lot of things being produced. A lot of them have been already mentioned here in this presentations today. The Storytelling Festival tips, for instance. Sorry, not the festival tips, but the storytelling tips. So I advise you to look at every community page on Pro, so that you can find their tools and services that they have produced within their communities. For instance, for the copyright community, they have the copyright clearance documents, or they have guidance on standardized. Sorry, Stephen, you're absolutely right. I didn't mean to be exhausted, but research has them as well. This is just to give you a few examples. I apologize. The communicators, they bring together storytelling tips, a toolkit for presenting Europeana that I just showed you. Education, together with Historiana, they have tools. Thank you. They have tools for using digital cultural heritage in an educational context, and they have made concise guidelines on how to best do that. And these tools and services are updated regularly, so I really advise you to go there if you are interested in the topics. Even if you're not connected to the community, they can be useful. See, yes, sorry, I wasn't aware that I wasn't presenting. There it is.
Okay, Ad. Yeah, we could still follow.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now it's bigger. And finally, not finally, also the tech community with research and development recommendations, and for instance, a lot of documentation about IIIF standards. Those are, again, tools and services that are updated regularly and that are there for you to benefit from in your professional work. Before I go to the one that I would like to dive in a little bit deeper, which is the Impact Playbook, I would like to also address you to the webinars organized by the communities from the ENA Network Association. You can find them all. 9 out of 10, they are recorded as they happened from beginning to the end, and you can still access them. And I think that's also an interesting service for people who would like to dive into the matter. They're listed on our YouTube channel. You can go there for reference. They're grouped by topics, and they're also useful resources for information. So I would advise you to go there and have a look. Now, this is the opportunity to go a little bit further into one of the actually most sought after tools that we have available, which is the online playbook. Impact Playbooks, excuse me. And I think I would like to go actually to this page already. I hope everybody can see it.
No, we are not following Ad.
Oh, that's what. So what are you seeing at the moment? The Impact Playbook?
The slide, that one slide. Yeah.
Okay. How do I solve this problem? I stop
I
sharing.
think
I
I
stop
think you're
sharing
on
and
the
then,
way.
yeah, but I need to have a different tab, so that's probably the reason why. I go back here and then go to share and then go to this one. Can you see?
That worked.
Okay, thank you. This is the Impact Playbook. It was a resource that was available for everybody on PDFs, and we decided, that's the Impact community. We decided to look for more accessible ways of getting the information across. And therefore, we brought it all together in an interactive way on a special site. In this case, the Confluence site, which is an open source opportunity to display this kind of information. So the structure is actually the same, but you now have the opportunity to go directly into every activity that you would like to learn about, especially when it comes to getting acquainted with the possibilities for about impact, because sometimes you have to convince people, you're convinced yourself that you need an impact assessment to show the evidence of the fruitful work that you do, but you need to convince others to be able to make that kind of impact, literally. So there's an introduction in where it's explained where you can do that, and then step by step in these 4 phases, we actually take you through the whole impact assessment. First of all, there's the design, where you can ask questions about, okay, what am I really looking for? What kind of information is doable? And most of all, what are the ways that I need to show the evidence, so to speak, the impact measurement itself by having KPIs, by having all kinds of indicators that can help you make your point in that. So that's gradually then also into phase 2, where you actually go for what you would like to measure with for your activity. And then finally, we have phase 3, which is the impact narration, where you actually collect all the data and analyze it to make the point that comes from the analysis, or that you would like to make where you started the initial impact assessment for. And of course, very relevant is also evaluation. Like, is this really the outcome that we were looking for, or what does it learn us about this outcome? There are very nice, I'll go into one, exercises where you can go into every activity, and where you can answer questions that you should ask yourself before starting the whole thing. Here you see again the complete connection between the 4 phases. Here, for instance, you see in phase 1. Oh, sorry. Here is everything explained, but what I was looking for was actually one of the first exercises. But maybe I need to go to another one for that. What I'm trying to say here is, this is also, Sebastian, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is also part of the academy, where you can also have a better training when it comes to this, but it will be based on this playbook that is available for everybody on Europeana Pro. Can you say something, Sebastian?
Well, currently we don't have a training resource yet about impact, but it is in our planning for next year, yes.
Okay, sorry, I was ahead of things. Sorry, thank you. I think this ends my presentation, and I think there will be more examples to give when we start discussing these kind of tools and services in the Q&A with you, Sophie.
Thank you, Ad. Indeed, when you showed this panoramic overview of some of the tools and services available, I already started to realize that even for people very well acquainted with Europeana, it's hard to keep track of all that is out there. So this is maybe something for us to discuss a little bit later. Availability and accessibility is, of course, one thing, but how to support the uptake by sector professionals continuously, that's I would not say an issue, but a challenge in and of its own, right? Do you have any let's look 1 year forwards. So for 2024, 2025, do we have any dedicated efforts in the pipeline for, making it more known that all of these applications and services are out there for people to use?
Absolutely. Well, actually, what you said in the beginning was spot on, because even for ourselves, it's difficult to group all these tools and services to categorize them so that they're more useful and more accessible. So this is definitely a process that we are working on, and I think the Academy is actually one of the things in how to filter these kind of things, and how to improve also the level of I was about to say education, but the level of how to bring these kind of trainings and services and tools forward. So we're still working on it. It's a continuous process, but I think we will find a way to group them better so that they become more available and more effective to people. But it's an ongoing process.
I think maybe something similar to what Sebastian explained about the learning pathways could be of interest in terms of cooking up recipes with all the ingredients that you have there as tools and services, so that maybe a specific use case or a specific persona can find a range of interesting tools and applications for their specific case.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and that's one of the ways, one of the perspectives that we will take up this work, are taking up this work actually. Yeah.
Wonderful. In the meantime, I see a very lively chat session continuing. We are happy that you're still as active as this morning, mostly about people getting enthusiastic about the country groups art. So this is also right in your range. So everybody who is interacting at this time in the chat will be sure to get back in touch with you and to get something going.
Absolutely. So far we have Sweden, Serbia, Brazil, Greece, UK I see here. So there's a lot to follow up on, and I don't think I will be able to manage that in this week, but I'll certainly get in touch with the right people.
That's great, Ad, because I believe that with a few people already interacting for specific countries in the chat, that is actually an emerging country group, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's just, for me, it looks like a matter of coordinating and bringing the right people together and make sure that they have the hand and feet to start the work.
Thanks so much. Now, I see that we are doing absolutely excellent with time. This means we have ample occasion to discuss. I don't see specific questions for the three speakers in this session in the chat, but I now invite anyone who would like to also simple exchange good practices when it comes to learning, training, events organizing, and encouraging the uptake of project results in terms of tools, services, other outputs, to throw their hand in the air. The floor is now open for us to discuss as a group. We also welcome any ideas that you might have for, in terms of ENA benefits for members, that we might have not named yet, because improving our value proposition is something that is always a priority. How to express to the membership that it's well worth spending time within the network and being an active network member as well. As I invite your reactions, your ideas, and your suggestions, maybe I can kick it off, Gina and Sebastian, with a question that I believe could go to the both of you. Because when we look at trainings, events, webinars, all kinds of capacity building activities in the digital, definitely Europeana is not the only one offering these resources and these opportunities in this day and age, right? So a lot of other platforms and organizations are offering these kinds of opportunities. So I wanted to ask both of you actually, what in your opinion gives the specific flavor to the Europeana offerings? What kind of differentiates it from what else people could find looking for training or exchanges on digital cultural heritage? Maybe Gina, as you know, your event organization branch inside and out, you would like to kick it off?
I was just wanted to ask Sebastian, like, can you start? Nice, huh?
Sure, I can
Yes,
start if you want me to, Gina. So we're not trying to duplicate anything that's already available out there. But the reason that we've jumped into this space is there are a few topics that are really Europeana specific. So, you know, getting data to Europeana, a lot of questions are still being asked about copyrights, public domain determination, all the rights. What are what's good metadata? And we have our own way of determining the quality of digital cultural heritage through our Europeana publication framework. So these very specific things to get your data to Europeana or to reuse anything that you can find on Europeana, that wasn't offered anywhere yet. So that's the first starting point. You know, look at what we're trying to do, and training can be supporting in making it easier to get the data in and to get the data reused. But there are also a lot of topics that people are asking about, which you need to know before you can start sharing your data. If they are provided by others, then sometimes they would be behind paywalls or they wouldn't be as accessible as others. So that's why you might find courses that we'll share in the future that have an overlap content-wise with others, but on our training platform, they'll be free forever. And they are open licensed, so that's also why they're available for translation or to, you know, use them in your own ecosphere. So if you want to take one of these courses and deliver your own course to your peers, then you can use the content that's on our training platform. So that's the second one. There's a third one, but now I have to organize my thoughts while I'm talking.
Okay.
Sorry, can I add?
Yes, please, Gina. Yes.
What we also realized is that a lot of people who are already familiar with Europeana, they might already be familiar with the way how we work or how we develop training or how we offer training. But we also realized that there's a lot of new people coming into the sector, and they have no idea, and they don't have the knowledge that a person that's has joined Europeana 10 years ago has. So they can really get into the flow and get to know us. The other thing I think is a real benefit is that we offer things to everyone. Like either you work in a library or in a museum or in a gallery or an archive, there's something to find at Europeana because we are not focusing on just one particular sector.
Yes, indeed. So that there's this holistic view of what digital cultural heritage entails. And in time, right, Sebastian, the Academy is going to grow to cater for all of these different needs that are indeed also dynamic needs. So they evolve in time with new topics that we see emerge. Am I right, Sebastian, that you already have a course on artificial intelligence available at the moment?
No, not at the moment. So artificial intelligence is a hot topic, and we have several tools that make use of artificial intelligence. That courses are developed, are under development. When it comes to enrichment and subtitles of videos, but those aren't available on the training platform yet. And that's actually the third point that you're raising. You know, within the projects that we're involved in, but also within the network association or with aggregators, there's a lot of expertise. And a lot of people already know Europeana, and we want to be this, we can be this place where a lot of these training resources are being combined together and being put in these learning pathways. So just like Europeana is used to go through all the digital cultural heritage in Europe, you know, if you don't have a place to put your training resource, then you can put it on the Europeana Academy, and then it has a wider spread than potentially if you would put it on your own website, or if you don't have a learning management system that allows you to, include those exercises and hand out certificates automatically in the system.
I see that we have in the chat a question about webinars, so training possibilities involving historians to show ways of utilizing Europeana's tools, collections, materials, and so on. I don't know, I believe maybe, Sebastian, that would be also a question to you. Is there already kind of a systematic approach to demonstrating reuse scenarios specifically in the educational context through training modules or materials? Or is this something that you're steadily working on as we go?
Well, I can also already see in the chat that Historiana has been mentioned. So if you really are a teacher and you're looking for inspiration on how to use digital cultural heritage in your classroom, then there are other platforms and other providers that are already giving these examples, and even with complete lessons that have been prepared by other teachers. When it comes more to the technical side, so if you want to use content from Europeana, but you want to really dig deep, and you want to make use of our APIs to make your own selection of content, then that's where it's more technical, and that's what you can find on our training platform.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. At, I also have a question for you, because I called it one of the greatest hits of Europeana, the Impact Playbook. I believe, yeah, we've heard it being presented and elaborated and developed for a couple of years now. And I'm wondering, what about the use of the Impact Playbook within the sector? Is this something that you have a view of currently, the variety of cases in which somebody has gone on to actually apply it to their own context?
Yes, this is absolutely the case. Over the past year, we have been looking at to try to assemble some of those examples, some of those use cases, and we have found quite a few. Some of them have been highlighted already on Pro, so there are several Pro pieces where you can look at how people needed the playbook and actually used it. So there are quite a few good cases, and we are planning on bringing them more to the service in our cafes, for instance. So earlier this year, it was mentioned on the slides of the impact report, we had a first cafe which was dealt with by our partners from the Indices project. The project itself had finished, but we are still in touch with the people. And there they gave perfect examples of the use of the Impact Playbook and how useful it was to them. And the next question, actually, but because that relates to what you were asking, is that, okay, we know that it's going to be used, but we also know that some people have difficulty applying it because they're not sure if their activity, their project, or their business is actually how they can shape that into a thing. So we noticed that we need to make an effort to help people with that, and this is why we came up with the surgeries. And one of the first one will actually be on the 2nd of December this year. We're about to promote it, so it will not escape you, and you can soon subscribe or register for that event. But this is an example where we take one example of a project where they want to use impact assessment to yeah, to show the evidence of what they are doing, and that's what they intend to present there. And then we can all, as not only members of the steering group, but everybody from the community, can help look at the surgery done on that topic for the impact play, based on the impact playbook. So yes, we're both assembling use cases because there are better examples as well, and we are helping out on how to use the tool better.
That's fantastic. So, yeah, indeed, it remains a strong point of emphasis within the Europeana operations to empower the sector, right, to support them in their digital transition. And I believe that the impact thinking, this kind of paradigm change that, you know, really helps organizations to go through that whole transformation process is fueled to quite some extent by tools just as the playbook. So yeah, I admire also your tenacity and your continued investment in this topic, because it's quite complex to want to tackle it as an organization, isn't it?
I see, yeah, absolutely. But luckily, we have a great community with a lot of people who have already a lot of experience. They don't ask things, but they can also add by making it grow, like people on the steering group who actually work on it, scholars who actually teach it in schools and everything. So we have a great reservoir of experience and knowledge about that to bring it forward.
And just maybe a personal question, but you've been growing and working with this playbook for quite a while. What do you believe is its strongest appeal or its greatest strength?
Actually, I think it's a combination of practicality. It has so many options for you to help you in making your impact journey, that it's flexible on the one hand, and it's diverse enough to give you enough hand and feet to work with it. You can apply it to everything. Personally, I was very much convinced by the use of it when I ran the Europeana 1914-1918 project, where we were absolutely convinced ourselves as project members that our collections days that we held, where people could bring their memorabilia and tell their stories from their great-grandparents during the First World War, that was so successful, and the resonance with the people was so enormous that we were really looking for ways to show that, to make sure that we could bring it to other institutions to follow the example, but also to maybe funding institutions to make sure that they had a way of finding a good purpose for their money. And this is where the impact actually came from and really helped with. So yeah, that's the biggest advantage, I would say. The flexibility that you can apply it for education or for even technical projects. There is so much possibility. And I think that's also sometimes the difficulty, like, okay, where do I start? And now with the online resource, where we have the introduction phase very well written out, there you can really, for yourself, make a decision. Okay, this is how I can apply an impact assessment for my work and for my type of activity. So it's the flexibility and the richness, yes.
Thank you so much. I'm keeping my eyes open in the meantime for both the chat and any hands in the air. As conversations in the chat are ongoing, among others, still about reuse scenarios, specifically in the educational sector. I don't see any hands raised at the moment. So this leaves me the opportunity to maybe ask Gina, you just posted something on the Horizons Project Week. Is this something you can maybe highlight for our participants?
Yes, of course I can. So Heritage Horizons Europeana Project Week is going to happen from 25 till 29 of November. And every day we will highlight one of the big topics from the moment at the moment. So we have a reuse day, triple transformation, social, green, digital day, or 2 days, AI. And In here, we will every day, some project we're involved in will highlight what they've done, which tools they developed, how they cooperated with Europeana, with the ENA, with the communities. And I think it's going to be a really nice week where we will hear a lot, learn a lot. So I can just invite all of you to join, and yeah, hope to see you there.
So this is a week or a week of events that are free to attend, but people need to
sorry, they're completely free. When you register, you have the opportunity to say, I want to join 1 day or 5 days. You can join whatever session is most interested to you. You're not obliged to be there the whole week. You're welcome to, but you don't have to. And it's not like it's a week, but the days are starting at around 10 o'clock or 9:30, 10, and they end around 3:30, 4. So not really full long days. We try to make it not long days.
So this is really an opportunity to get up to speed with, you know, the hustling and bustling, all of the innovation that is taking place in the projects around the data space.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Fabulous. So warm invitation to all here to check that out. The link is in the chat. And if I may, I would now like to invite maybe Henk, are you up for it, to maybe share your question live here in the call. At already posted a small reply. I believe maybe if Sebastian is still with us, that he could also get back to you. I think your suggestion about using sectoral workflows to kind of demonstrate the opportunities offered by the Europeana Academy. I believe it comes close to the learning pathways that you touched upon before. Yeah, but Henk, I will let you explain where that question came from.
Yeah. You asked for raised hands while I was typing, so I couldn't do it just in time. But I was wondering, because if you're looking for materials, be it training courses or services or tools, one of the ways to find them would be, well, in what stage am I at this moment and what can I use? And I'm not sure about the learning pathways because maybe they are just differing in levels of knowledge about a specific topic. And this would be an horizontal crossover in the workflow stages, but I'm not sure. So maybe Sebastian can explain.
That's the plan for the future. The main focus now is to get more individual training resources in, and then we can sketch out these learning pathways. We could already publish these learning pathways, but then they would be with a lot of holes in them because we don't have the training resources ready at the moment. And that would be a letdown to people. Like, you know, these are the courses that you should take, and I can only offer 2 out of 12 to you at the moment. But we do have the overview already. You've sketched a few, you know, digitization, metadata, publishing, enrichment, but also reuse, impact reporting has been mentioned by Ad already.
Exactly.
You know, and then how do you get this full circle that the impact that you started with, why you think it's important to share your collection, and then get those enrichments and those use cases and the impact reporting back into your organization. That will be the top level. And then from there, we can go steps deeper. And then as a matrix, so that's, you know, one perspective, and the other perspective is, what if you're a teacher, or what if you're a metadata specialist in an institution? Then what's all part of that? So that's work in progress. And if you're an ENA member and you follow the newsletter, then you'll know, you'll be one of the first to know about when we've published those learning pathways to structure it a bit more. My big dream would be that people put this on their LinkedIn profile, and even that we would have the opportunity to hand out ECTS to students because they've completed a few of these courses. That you can show that I'm trained, I'm prepared to do this job, or at least I'm certified to do this job. I know these things in enough detail to confidently tackle these things that we are challenging, or the challenges that we're facing with our institution.
Yeah, great to know and to hear that's work in progress. And I'm sure as an ENA member, receiving the newsletter and reading it, I will be one of the first to know. And I also, this suggestion was not only for the training material, capacity building, but also for the arrangement of tools and services. So perhaps you responded already.
Yes, and I can only repeat that it's a helpful suggestion, and that we will certainly take that into account. At the moment, we group them topically. Try looking ways to group them topically, like aggregation or reuse or that kind of thing. But we should think more along the lines that Sebastian just mentioned to see where we can fit these tools and services in. But I really appreciate your thinking. You don't only read them; you actually reflect.
Yeah, I just imagined there could be a close connection to the arrangement of tools and also education about them, training, how to use.
Yeah. Yes.
Thanks so much, Henk, and our respondents. I see a very, very inspirational question in the chat from Kyriaki, who asks, and maybe this is something for you, Sebastian, whether there's any notion maybe taking shape on the horizon of translating Europeana Academy to something that could be in person in terms of training and upskilling. So, for instance, Kyriaki gives the example of a summer academy educational program. Is this something that is under discussion or that you see coming to fruition anytime soon?
You can see Gina smiling. So Gina, do you want to take this answer? We're currently looking into the possibility for a summer school, but that's aimed at new professionals, so at students. This will be a pilot to test this out. But if there are other sectors or other people that want to work with us to develop a summer school for other, professionals, then we're very much open to the idea. So we're not working on a summer school or a summer academy for an educational program yet. But please, drop me an email and let's have a coffee.
Yeah. Seeing the dynamics about this specific topic in the chat, I believe there could be an active interest in this. So indeed, drop Sebastian or any of us a message if this is something that you would be actively interested in participating. I now see a hand from the always amazing Tamara.
Thanks.
Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, I have wished to share my recent experience with the course Training the Trainers. Thank you, Sebastian. For inviting me. We had a really wonderful, course with an external teacher, Marine, who was fantastic. And we really had a wonderful opportunity to learn and to exchange the experiences. But a part of that, we kept meeting like a group without our teacher. So it is really some, extra added value because we kept on exchanging our experiences in providing trainings and also attending some trainings and, tried to to solve some issues that we faced in this process. And I saw Ariadna among today, who was my cohort in the group. We were in the same group. So I would also encourage other ENA members to step to step up for such courses, because they are really more than useful indeed.
Thank you so much for sharing, Tamara. Sebastian, I don't know, are you collecting somewhere or somehow the experiences of people who indeed enjoyed already some of your offerings? And I mean, this would really indeed also encourage me to have that experience, since Tamara, I think you pointed that out very rightly, that whenever you participate actively in anything connected with ENA, it gives you the opportunity to come closer to people that you are likely to share many affinities with. So indeed, it's an important added value, I think.
Well, to answer your question, it's we used the impact playbook ourselves to gather the evidence of our training efforts. So we're collecting feedback and data in different ways, all within GDPR boundaries, you know, and agreeing to all the rules within Europe. But we have different ways or different opportunities where we ask people to give feedback on the training resources, what they thought of it. Also during the instructor-led training, we're collecting the evidence of the impact that our training has on people. So, but, you know, it's always great to hear these kinds of feedback in person too, during events like this. So thank you, Tamara.
Yes, thanks for sharing. I can see, while I really enjoyed, Sebastian, that you pointed out the intersection also between training offerings and impact assessment and, you know, networking opportunities. I also see other interesting intersections going on in the chat, where the Summer Academy is now meeting the country group idea. Now, how great would that be if the emerging country groups indeed take up some of the educational or the training concepts from the academy, put it into practice locally. I see you nodding enthusiastically. Something to take note of, right?
Yes, you know, in an ideal world, the country groups would have the capacity also to deliver some of the training that's needed in their country or in their language. Where I'm very much aware of the fact that we're only offering training in English at the moment, while there are a lot of professionals that are not very confident in their English. So there's a big need for some courses, for a lot of courses to be offered in their language or to be localized to reflect their thoughts. And unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to offer all these courses in all the European languages, to translate them or to have trainers. But if people are, you know, willing to support the translation, or maybe in the future want to get support in becoming a better trainer and to, you know, contribute to delivering training, that would be great.
Yes, and you know, these more local or national training initiatives could help in replicating the materials that you're already offering in different languages, because we often see that these concerted, dedicated actions that are, you know, limited in scope and time, they work well in generating response with our membership. I remember very vividly a translation effort that we made to support the Laptops for Ukraine campaign, where the Commission created a specific substrand of the campaign for cultural heritage practitioners in Ukraine. And they asked us to help translate, you know, the announcement of this sub campaign in all of the European languages, and we needed to operate extremely quickly. And we found that our network was invaluable. I mean, was crucial in responding to that request. So it's an approach that works. It was very limited in content, in time, in objective, and our members were only too happy to contribute.
An example that, just to show you how it's already taking place, but on a very low level. Maria Teresa Natale might be a well-known name to some of the people in this meeting, but she was already delivering a course on metadata mapping with a spreadsheet. That's for really small institutions that don't have a lot of capacity to put into systems and to automate the process of metadata mapping. This was a course that she was already delivering in Italian. So we now made an English version that's on the Europeana training platform. She's also using this English version for international audiences, but at the same time, she's already translating the English one that we agreed on into Italian and French. So she can continue using the Europeana training platform and our support to deliver the same course over and over again. And it's also a matter of flipping the classroom. So, we also support recording of videos, so you don't have to tell the same story over and over and over again. So you have more time to dedicate to the troubleshooting and going into detail in people's use cases, because the general knowledge is already available through text, images, and videos on the platform.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I see a hand raised by my colleague Mariana.
Yeah, thank you, Sophie. Yeah, I just want to connect with what Sebastian said about Maria Teresa Natale. She's in the Italian country group, and we actually decided to organize that event, that webinar on putting content in Europeana exactly in Italian. And she delivered an awesome webinar training in a very, very easy way in Italian, obviously, with a spreadsheet. And it was really participated and engaging. And just to, point it out that it's like we were like a pilot group, Italian pilot group, as a country group. So I think that delivering this kind of trainings in national languages, it's very important, because some people know English, but they're not, comfortable in, attending or delivering trainings in English. So I think it's great that we are translating it now and scaling it, let's say. So just to point it out.
Thank you, Mariana. Very good use case. And indeed, I was also able to see this session or this work of Maria Teresa in action when we actually conducted a session with Ukrainian heritage workers. So once again, these were often smaller institutions or institutions really at the beginning of their journey into the digital sphere, that were helped, I believe, by seeing things expressed in a manageable way through such a sheet. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. So just goes on to demonstrate the different scenarios in which training and training materials could be used. Thank you all so much for your interaction. We truly enjoyed seeing the chat being so lively and so also very very much positive and constructive. You've brought us many good ideas that could blossom into something. Thank you, Mariana. To something important on the radar of the ENA and of the Europeana initiative for the next couple of years.
Okay, I think it's time to start our last session for this outreach event. And this last session is titled as a data space, European Initiative, ENA, and its communities, and it's actually divided in two sections. In the first part, we heard lightning talks, short presentations by 7 ENA members about their personal journey as an ENA member, and then we have a panel discussion moderated by Mariana about community knowledge collaboration and the data space. But before we start this first session, a short introduction. I think most of you are well acquainted with the ENA communities, but still a short introduction to the communities. So next slide, please. As Rob already his introduction told us, there are at the moment seven ENA communities: climate action, communicators, copyright, research, education, Europe and tech, and impact. And personally, I think these communities, they are really the heart of ENA. In the management board, we really appreciate all the work that is done in these communities, and I'm personally engaged with communities as a steering group members, that is copyright, impact, and European tech, and it has been really pleasure to participate in the work of these steering groups. Next slide, please. All the communities are mission driven, and as I said, they are their own plans, and they are doing the things that the steering groups of the communities think are really needed for this kind of work that they are concentrating on. For instance, European Tech is concentrating on tech matters. And what is also important, that all the community work is based on voluntary work. So people are doing this for free. They want to be involved. They want to create like recommendations and tools for the whole ENA and for the whole cultural heritage sector. Next slide, please. And each community is governed by steering group and co-chair, and also there is assistant community manager from the foundation, whose role is very important, and then there are members. And as I said, all communities have their own activity plans, and they are pretty much, I think, kind of independent in their work. They are doing the things they want to do, but still members, council and management board has a steering role. They can give strategic guidance, but still I think very much the thing that the communities are kind of independent. They can concentrate on things that they think are the most important. And inside communities are task forces that are for like 1 or maximum 2 years, a certain tasks. For instance, if there are new regulation, how to interact with that, like copyright community task forces for new DSM directive. And then there are working groups that are operating like a longer time schedule to fulfilling some tasks that last longer. And each community has its own communication tools. Some are using Basecamp, others like Slack or only email list, and also external communication differs a bit, how they are using social media or their own mailing list. Each community has its own budget, but as I mentioned, it's not like paying for work. it's, for instance, opportunity to have once a year meeting that people of the steering group can meet and also attend some important event simultaneously. That's, I think in most cases, these in-person meetings are organized in the way that people can same time attend a seminar or some other event. And there are these community terms of reference that you get more detailed information. Next slide, please. So now it's time for personal journeys through ENA communities. We have 7 ENA members. Next slide. Can I have next slide, please? So we have Merit Derhoff, Carola Carlino, Niekavans, Verbeek, sorry, Gregory Marcus, Tamara Butikan, and Ines Vodopi. And some of these presentations are recorded, so we don't go through this in this order. First the live presentations and then the pre-recorded presentations. And it's a very tight schedule, so it's only like 2 or 3 minutes per presentation. So I ask you all to stick to the time schedule. And the idea is to get different point of views. What is to be an ENA member from the professional perspective, but also from a personal perspective. So please, is it Meret who's Tamara is the first. So please,
Thank you, and hello everyone. I'm Tamara Butigan. I'm working at the National Library of Serbia as Deputy Director in charge for, let's say, digital transformation. I find it as a great privilege to be a member of ENA and to be more precise, to be an active member of ENA. My personal journey in Europeana and ENA starts with my first AGM I attended. It was in Prado Museum, which was unforgettable, but I wasn't sure about the year. So I looked for the Europeana photo albums on Flickr and found out the year when it was. But while I was looking at these photos, I could conclude that we, let's say, grew up together, not to say got old together as the huge Europeana family. My first AGM was in 2014 in Madrid, when I negotiated for the first time about setting up the aggregator, the national aggregator for Serbia, with Jill Cousins, director of Europeana back then. And I was completely astonished by her open support to do so in Serbia. So I decided without hesitation to dive deeper in Europeana, and here I am in front of you. The second milestone point on my personal journey was the Europeana AGM in Riga in Latvia 2 years later in 2016, where the idea of the project Rise of Literacy was born, and I would later coordinate that project. And very soon I would be in position to coordinate even 3 projects with Europeana at my library. It was super active period between 2017 and 2020 for the National Library of Serbia, but also for the National Aggregator for Europeana, which was officially launched in 2018. Also, I would mention that I was elected as Europeana Councillor in 2018 for the period of 3 years, 2019 to 2022. one. And yeah, I was really very proud to be in a position to move this wonderful network forward for 3 years. Being active in DARIA back then, I joined the European research community as one of the steering group members. And after my first year in the member council in 1919, which was 2019, the pandemic arrived in 2020, followed by the lockdown. And we started working online. And when one faces something obviously bad like the pandemic, it is good to wonder why the hell it could be good for. And I think it was kind of good for Europeana network, and including all of us inside it, because my library didn't manage well in that tough time. So I found my second job in Europeana as a real source of optimism, of joy, and joy of working also and living. So if I should highlight one moment in my 10 years journey, it would be the Digital Leadership and Innovation Development Program in 2021, from March to June. I feel that I got the boost for strategic decision-making and to foster digital transformation in my local environment. And I will finish with the quote by a brave woman, Sophie Scholl: stand up for what you believe in, even if you are standing alone. And believe me, I standed alone a couple of times for Europeana, but I'm also proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamara. Next slide, please. So now it's Karola's turn for her personal journey. Please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Juha. My name is Carola Carlino, and my journey in Europeana began in 2019 during my PhD in digital humanities. At the time, I was immersed in the study of digital storytelling and seeking to understand the digital cultural heritage ecosystem, including the data and the metadata structures needed to enhance cultural heritage. So Europeana turned out to be the ideal context for delving into these topics, giving me the access to a vast network of scholars, professionals, and enthusiasts in the field. From the earliest moment, I found in Europeana a welcoming and collaborative community where digital cultural heritage is enhanced through ongoing exchanges, shared projects, and inspiring initiatives. My first significant experience was participating in the task force Europeana as a powerful platform for storytelling. It gave me the opportunity to help define the 7 tips of digital storytelling for cultural heritage. And this work was instrumental in better understanding how storytelling can be a powerful tool for connecting with audiences. This experience was part of my doctoral thesis, and the principles of digital storytelling provided the methodological basis for measuring the level of digital maturity of some Italian museums. Considering the period that was the pandemic one, I can say that I was in the right place at the right time, because the collaboration with Europeana allowed me to provide a solid foundation for my research. In the same years, I was joining the Communicators Community Group, a dynamic and creative group that promotes Europeana initiatives and develops innovative proposals such as workshops, literary cafe, and thematic meetings. These events aim to raise awareness and promote issues crucial to digital heritage, strengthening awareness and interest in the field. Participating in the first edition of the Digital Storytelling Festival, I discovered a new aspect of the community related to the digital's ability to tell stories and create connections. In the next 2 editions, I participated as a mentor, supporting participants in creating their digital stories. And each edition had a specific theme. The first one was about the LGBTQI+ theme,
and the second one that was held this year was about the journey. And this mentoring role has been particularly enriching because it allowed me to connect with people who, through their narratives, their stories, conveyed me part of their experiences and lives. This year, I had the honor of being elected as a council member of Europeana, an accomplishment that allows me to contribute more directly to the development and guidance of the network itself. This experience has offered me remarkable personal and professional growth, solidifying my belief that digital heritage is not only a field of study, but also an opportunity to preserve and disseminate culture, making it accessible and alive for future generations. I am currently a project manager for an Italian company that develops digital services in the GLAM sector and supports cultural institutions, both public and private, in the digital transition. Specifically, I am in charge of managing cultural heritage digitization projects that have been financed by the funds of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, with the goal of contributing to the production of 75 million of digital resources by June 2026. This is an ambitious challenge, and in its management, not an easy one, but very, very important for the creation of a system of data that is accessible, interoperable, and available for study and research. At the same time, I'm in charge of managing various projects concerning the enhancement of places of historical, artistic, and cultural interest in Italy through advanced technologies and the ever-present component of the storytelling. Here, if I think to my current occupation, reducing it to words, data, and content, I can say that Europeana has provided me with the tools to acquire a vision and approach to manage the entire knowledge flow. That is starting from the production of data to the creation of content to narrate, disseminate, and make people aware of cultural heritage. So thank you, Europeana.
Thank you, Carola. Now we have Greg, a long-standing tech community manager. So please, Greg.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to reflect on 10 years as a Europeana Tech Community Manager. When I started, I was just finishing my internship at Sound and Vision and was just asked if I wanted to do it. With zero knowledge of tech or R&D or anything that I would soon encounter throughout my tenure in Europeana Tech, and every day I continue to learn and be reminded about how many things I don't know. And it's with that naivete or ignorance or just simply being too busy with too many things that I cherish the things that Europeana Tech has been able to do since I started, which is almost around the same time that Europeana Tech really started. It goes without saying that the Europeana Tech conferences 2015, especially I think for anyone that's been around in the Europeana ecosystem since then, I think many people will say that Europeana Tech 2015 was one of the greatest accomplishments that the entire team and community ever pulled off. And even last year at the Europeana Tech Conference in 2023 in The Hague was a reminder of just how much knowledge exists within the Europeana Tech community and how many institutes don't have access either to this knowledge or the resources to be able to implement the ever-growing and quickly expanding technology that cultural heritage organizations are being encouraged or expected to utilize to either enrich their collections or engage their audiences. But the passion and knowledge and dedication that we see, not just from the well-endowed major cultural heritage organizations that have seemingly endless budgets, but more from the regional and the local archives or local museums or community organizations that still do annotations by hand, still do translations by hand, make me think that while on the one hand technology allows for so much, in the end it's always going to come down to the commitment and the dedication of those really in the trenches of cultural heritage, wanting to make well, one, wanting to preserve their cultural heritage or the heritage of others, and two, then make that available for as many people. So those are kind of just my, I guess, personal or emotional reflections on what I've been able to notice and be a part of seeing Europeana Tech and Europeana evolve over these 10 years. And while we will continue to encourage 3D or AI or whatever modern technologies keep coming across our plate, I will always be there. And with in the back of my head, at least thinking, yeah, but annotating by hand, that always works. That usually always works too. And it's something that anyone can do. So yeah, those are my reflections from 10 years.
Thank you so much, Greg. And then we have Ad Pole, who's been presenting us already quite a lot here, but now it's your turn to say something about your personal journey as an ENA member.
Thank you, Yuna. Yeah, it's me talking again, but this time primarily about myself. It's not my CV that's on screen. I don't want to begin too early, but I happen to have been working for the Film Archive of the Netherlands, the iFilm Museum in Amsterdam, for quite a long time. And at those days, I was head of the film collection department, and we were running a major digitization campaign, and we were looking for ways, okay, how we can bring this digitized content further, not just in make it available in our own country, but maybe look to a broader platform. And this is where we came into contact with Europeana, as it were, and more precisely with the European Film Gateway, which was acting as an aggregator at the time. They're not so active anymore, I've understood, but at the time there were 15 or 14 film archives from all over Europe who were working on the aggregation of their digitized content on Europeana, and that was such a great experience that I actually decided, wait a minute, this is a club I want to join. I really would like to be part of this more than I am now. So this is when there was an opportunity to work with Europeana. I immediately, well, I knew the people already and got in touch, and then I was happy, so happy to be chosen as the user-generated content specialist. In particular, running two projects that I probably have already mentioned today, because I always talk about them because they were so wonderful. The 1914-18 project about the First World War, and a similar one about the political changes in 1989 in Europe. And it was there that I really got to know the enormous drive of all the people who are related to Europeana. It's not just the bringing on the content, but it's also the interaction, the sharing of knowledge, the sharing of experiences, this enormous drive of so many people who were doing the same thing, and that really, really appealed to me. And eventually, when the projects ended that I was talking about, we were able to actually bring on more initiatives in terms of user-generated content programs with the help of the people from ENA. So we had a couple of task forces about that. And this was, again, a next level commitment to see people who were sharing their experiences and their knowledge together just to make not necessarily Europeana a better product, but to learn everybody from it. And that was really, really wonderful. And so the last couple of years, I moved more and more towards ENA. I'm now the manager of the impact communities and the communicators community, which is wonderful to work on. I've talked about it today already, so I will stop here. But what I would consider a highlight is actually, and you may be surprised, but it's actually today, because what I noticed is the level of engagement that is now going on in the chat and with all the discussions that we have. That is so amazing, and that is still going on. It's more than 10 years that we are doing that. So let's keep up the good work. Let's keep looking for each other and communicate and combine whatever we can, wherever we can. So I hope this will be not just the last one, but again, another highlight. On to the next.
Thanks a lot. And I must say, I'm really amazed and excited about all your personal journey presentations. This is a really honor to be sharing this session. And now we have the 3 pre-recorded presentation, first from Mere. So,
hi there. My name is Marete Sanderhoff. I'm a curator and senior advisor of digital museum practice at SMK, Statens Museum for Kunst, which is the National Gallery of Denmark here in Copenhagen. Happy to be here with you online today and to be invited to talk a little bit about my personal journey in the Europeana Network Association's history. I've been a part of Europeana's network for many, many years. Been part of various working groups and task forces for more than 15 years, always seeing a lot of benefit in engaging in the network effects that Europeana offers, of meeting professionals from all over the sector, all over Europe, where we can tackle the challenges of our sector and of our time together instead of having to do it on our own. I'm here in my capacity as one of the founding members of the Europeana Network Association. Back in the day when Europeana was led, it was with a classic top-down governance model. After about 6-7 years, there was a need to shift gears and get all of these people who were engaged in the vision of Europeana, who were actually taking action on that vision of creating a shared cultural heritage platform for Europe's heritage, to get those people in the front. The democratization of Europeana's governance was at stake. It's been extremely interesting and empowering to be part of that process, where instead of having the founding members who had the initial vision, but then were not the people actually doing the work, and changing those people with the people who were actually hands-on working with rolling out the ideas of Europeana in their everyday work and putting them into the governance and the center of running Europeana. That has made Europeana change from being an idea, a great idea, to more of a movement. And that sounds maybe lofty, but actually people moving together in a shared direction. And it's being negotiated all the time by many, many different stakeholders. And it can be a long process, but it's a healthy process when so many people who actually have stakes in this work get a voice. And the way Europeana is governed now with the communities is a way where people from all over the European cultural heritage sector can actually make their voice count, from small local institutions right to the center of the European Commission. And I've seen that movement take shape and gain traction. And I think honestly, that is really a good development for Europeana to have gone in. Finally, a few reflections on why I've personally and on behalf of my institution always felt it was a huge advantage to volunteer my time as a heritage professional in the common and community work for Europeana. It's a great place for capacity building. I've learned so much from all of you over the years. It's a great way of networking. There's always someone you can call from Europeana if there's something you don't know, and often there is in the rapid technological changing times we're part of. And finally, it's just so much more effective, efficient, and nice to share knowledge rather than keep it for ourselves. So if you know a little bit about my work, my motto is sharing is caring. And that also holds for Europeana. Thanks.
Hallo, mijn naam is Nienke van Schavenweken, Head of Scholarly Communications and Publishing at the Library of the Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. My personal journey as a Europeana Network member started back a long time ago, 2012 it was, and it's when I joined the team of the European Library. The European Library was a dedicated library domain aggregator for Europeana, bringing collections from Europe's national libraries into Europeana. And for many years, the European Library was the largest provider of content into Europeana. As the years moved on, I continued to work at the Europeana Foundation, managing the collections team, shaping and seeing and experiencing firsthand the impact of digital cultural heritage collections for educational purposes, for makers, for creative reuse, for research purposes, and all, of course, beneficial to society. This has really shaped my personal career, my thoughts, the importance of working with cultural heritage, and looking back at my time of being a part of the Europeana Foundation in many capacities, I benefited immensely of this. It has shaped my thoughts on the relevance of cultural heritage institutions for society, and having seen firsthand across Europe how heritage institutions thrive by opening up their collections, by staying relevant to society, is the essence and has really shaped my thinking of the importance of our work. And being part of the network has really connected me with so many knowledgeable, lovely, amazing, smart, thought-provocative and inspiring people that I would never have wanted to miss this for the world. In short, my best experience as a network member has really been to see the network thrive, the network evolve from a group of passionate people for cultural heritage to a massive community. And in my capacity currently as chair of the Impact Community Steering Group, seeing everybody being so passionate about the work that we're doing is a massive achievement, and has really given me so much in my personal life. So thank you, ENA, for that. And thank you, Europeana Foundation and the whole team for supporting all this work, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ines Vodopivec, and I am the representative of the National and University Library of Slovenia, but also member of the management board of Europeana Network Association. I've been involved with Europeana already from its beginnings in 2009, working on different projects, activities, etc., etc. But when I became the member, the personal member of ENA, that is the network, I actually got the access to all this knowledge, to all these professionals from universities, from educational institutions, institutes, from science, from culture, from all different sorts of areas that combine knowledge in specific interdisciplinary way, which I can use in my work, also with professional development on the national level. And that is why I am, for some time already, also a member of the research community, where we do webinars, where we do web cafes, where people from all over the world join us to share with us knowledge. But in this year, in the last year, I'm also a part of a particular country group's pilot project, where we do this national outreach events, where we share the knowledge gathered in Europeana and now also the data spaces to provide further education and building the network of professionals on the national level. So being an ENA member is not only important on my personal aspect, but also in the national context of development of digital cultural heritage environment. That is all from me. Bye.
Thank you so much for all those that presented their personal journeys, both online and pre-recorded. This ENA community's member chart, this pie chart, actually the numbers were a little bit wrong, and here is the corrected version. So tech and research, education are the biggest ones, as I was expecting. So sorry about these wrong numbers, but now we can move to the panel discussion after all this inspiring presentation. And now I hand it over to Marianna, who will monitor and lead this panel discussion. Please, Marianna.
Thank you so much, Juha. Thank you. And thank you to all the wonderful community experiences that we have listened to now. I agree that everything, being an ENA member, it's really a great experience. And now we want to have a discussion among 4 of the ENA community members about the data space with a focus on collaboration, knowledge, and contribution to the data space. You have heard about the data space this morning and during the beginning of this event. And now we want to understand how all the communities are contributing to the data space. So as we are in an in-person meeting, I invite on the stage, I named them before, Carola Carlino, that is a steering group member from the communicators community. And then we will have Alteo Valentini, chair of the education community. And then Gregory Marquez, manager of the tech community. And then again, Adi Pollet, chair of the impact community. And I want to discuss with you your contribution and your point of views on the data space and the contribution of your community, as I said, to the data space. So I will start with Alteo maybe, and with I want to ask you just to break the ice. Speaking about the education community, how do you promote the sharing of educational content and maybe pedagogical content and practices among the educators in order to enhance the contribution to the data space?
Right. So hello again to everyone. As you know, European education community is a constantly growing network of people who share, first of all, passion about digital cultural heritage. And definitely, they also share a great interest in accessing an online environment that could offer not only the use of digitalized cultural items, but that could also enable them to produce in an active way new digital content and showcase the results of their projects and initiatives. This is what we hear from our community. In fact, we are planning now for the next year to try to engage them a little bit more in a more active way, especially in this period when the data space is being shaped. Especially because we believe that it's crucial to have educator playing an active role. So the idea that we are proposing now is to establish a working group that will include 15 to 20 educators who will mostly interact online and meeting with the members of our steering group. So being guided by us and focusing on different aspects on how education can be useful for the data space, with the final aim to produce a paper, a position paper that will effectively establish the community role, our community role within the data space. Just want to mention also that this paper will be definitely connected also with the European Year of Digital Citizenship. That is, it's something upcoming. Because also for us, it's important to emphasize the role of digital cultural education in not only sharing cultural heritage, but really creating democratic and open societies.
Thank you, Altao. Yeah, I think that it's really a crucial highlight to tell that digital citizenship year is going to happen. It's really, important for us to understand that we are in a sort of a bubble of people working every day with this topic, but sometimes, citizens are not. So it's really important to be an hub also, from among us and with the citizens. And speaking about education and technology, I really liked your experience with the ENA and the fact that you weren't, aware of, of some technologies as you start this journey. So it was really interesting. And so I want to ask you, how do you, in what ways your community now, after 10 years of your experience, is leveraging technologies to facilitate the collaboration and also the innovation in enhancing the data space?
The specific ways in which they are is too many to list. The Europeana Tech community covers so many aspects of R&D in cultural heritage that it would be, whatever list I make would be inexhaustive. And I think what's also good to kind of acknowledge or point out is that the tech follows trends in what's made available and what funding is made available. So if we look at what people are talking about the most now, 3D or AI or VR, of course, those have been on the table for a while, but that doesn't mean that, let's say, topics of open SCOS or, I guess linked open data hasn't gone anywhere, but there's still so much nitty-gritty work going on behind the scenes at cultural heritage organizations that don't get the publicity or don't get talked about, but are still the core of digital cultural heritage and access. And, when it comes to the data space or moving forward, I'm happy to say that Sound and Vision will be bringing on a new colleague starting in February to also breathe some fresh life into the Europeana Tech community. So maybe I can say, one thing that I would like to encourage is, as everyone starts moving towards talking about the data space, that we keep in the back of our mind, let's say the technical knowledge or know-how that everyone will still need when it comes to digitization. I still want to really encourage that and stress that, because I maybe worry that the conversation could drift away from it, or maybe the funding could drift away from it. So yeah, with that said, like I said, the tech ecosystem is so massive and so diverse that I don't think that there's going to be just one or two ways in which the Europeana Tech community members contribute to the data space. It's going to be from putting the piece of paper on the scanner to finally ingesting data or uploading it to the cloud, and every step in between.
Yeah, that's great. Actually, yeah, the data space is evolving. We are talking about it as like a fixed, things, but actually we don't know yet what it will be. So speaking about this panel would be, would aim to, understand how the communities could contribute, but obviously it's not like rocket science, We're trying to build it. So yeah, that's why if you have in the audience, if you have any questions for the panelists, please write it down on the chat, and we will ask them at the end of the panel. They all will be very happy to answer to all your questions, right? And speaking about innovation and the impact of the communities, I want to ask you maybe quite a specific question on the impact of the contribution from your community on the overall effectiveness of the data space, and maybe how do you share these findings with your members?
Well, first of all, I was listed as the Impact Community Chair, which I'm not. I'm just merely the liaison between the Europeana Foundation and the community. But having said that, and to answer your question, I think the data space is a void, is empty. It's just literally a space. But the people who are in it, that's ENA. We populate the data space, and that's something. We're the human in the loop, which is this phrase that there always is. Without us, the data space does not exist. So we have to make it visible and workable. And I think impact can play a role in that, because that's actually about asking people what their experiences are, what their needs are, and what it does to them. And today has been one big impact session in a way, because we were reflecting constantly on how we contribute, what we appreciate from ENA, and all that kind of thing. And it's nice to write that down, and it's nice to talk about it. But impact can give you the tools. An impact assessment can give you the tools to show that evidence in nice graphs, in quotes and everything. But I think in that sense, impact can show, like I said before today, the evidence of the appreciation and the effectiveness of what we do. So that's what the impact playbook is for, so that we can assess it. And by the way, we are effectively doing this, because it was maybe not mentioned here today, but my colleague Nicole McNeely, who is the driver behind the whole impact assessment business, if I may call it like that. She's currently on maternity leave, but before she left, she made a great plan in which we can make better data collection of what drives our ENA members when they participate in a webinar or whenever they participate in another activity. We have metrics and tools in place to record that and to show that evidence at the end of the line, so that we have the narrative of the whole ENA membership journey ready for everybody to read and to share with. So apart from the tools offering to each other, to other people, we also use it ourselves.
Great. Yeah, that's connect the conversation to the people, and I would say to the communicators community, because it's made of people, and people are creating and shaping the data space actually. And we are talking a lot about how the impact, let's say, of the people on the data space would be, and I think it would be really important. We've talked about the tourism data space, but calculator, everything is made by the people, So I'm thinking about people and community building. So I'm asking Carola the next question. So to cover on a first glance all the communities, from the communicators community perspective, how do you create an inclusive environment within your community that grants diverse voices and perspectives are heard in the data space, are heard and represented in shaping the data space?
Thank you, Mariana, for your question. I will say that by definition, the communicators community is a group of people, of cultural specialists, scholars, and enthusiasts who work to promote digital cultural heritage in action. We support by contributing to the shared knowledge of Europeana through resources, tools, and activities. We enhance member skills by providing them with digital communication tools. And we inspire by showing example of digital cultural action in action to demonstrate the relevance of Europeana and digital culture in general. So with this assumption, therefore, we want to create a diverse environment that is inspiring to all and in which everyone can find their voice. Diversity is a key factor in communication and community. And therefore, we want to safeguard diversity because diversity matters. So we try to adopt this mission to the needs of the digital cultural sector that, as we know, is in constant and changing transformation, but we don't want this transformation to leave people behind. On the contrary, people must be part of the transformation and part of the cultural heritage as that is theirs. So taking inspiration from previous projects done by Teen Europeana, for example, that about the First World War, sports and immigration, we undertake initiatives to push users to participate collaboratively in cultural heritage. Likewise, we want them to recognize the data space as their own space of belonging based on the principles of use and reuse. As Ad just said, data space is an empty space. Data space is made by us. Without us, data space doesn't exist. So for this reason, we try to base our action on the knowledge transfer of tools that we believe they can be useful for anyone who wants to make their voice heard. First among the first tool we used is the digital storytelling, as we widely said, with which we want to engage not only individual users, but also, for example, cultural institutions and support them in their capacity building and digital transformation process. During 2024, for example, the most important initiative based on digital storytelling was the Digital Storytelling Festival, an occasion when participants were able to practice their skills as communicators by creating their digital stories in different forms from the Europeana content. This experience was particularly relevant in the area of communication for several reasons. First of all, because many participants with different interests who experimented many narrative forms. And second, because participants were from different nationalities, so they wrote stories in English, but also in their native language. And this opens the space to another key factor that is important in our community, that is multilingualism. So in an optic of inclusion, we believe that everything that is produced in written form and publicized by Europeana need to be translated into multiple languages to ensure accessible content for all. In part, we are already doing that. Over the past 2 years, we have asked the ENA members, for example, from different nationalities to translate the 7 tips of digital storytelling. And this action has allowed us to have about 14 translations available to share. And we plan to continue to reach this offer to make the documentation available to the widest number of people. So through different actions taken, the community of communicators intends to make each member feel welcomed, and want to give everyone the space to express their voice and vision. From a community perspective, it also works to create a digital community by enticing people to connect and share knowledge. As another action we undertook, for example, we improved the use of social networks, especially Instagram and LinkedIn, where we launched the hashtag Europeana Communities with intention of promoting not only the activities carried out by the communicators, but also by other Europeana communities. As an internal member of the communicators, I can say that the main aspiration is encourage to a community that recognize, share, and promotes the value of digital cultural heritage and the common European data space, knowing that behind every piece of data that makes up the data space, there are human inspiration, creativity, action, and knowledge aspects that we want to preserve and safeguard equally.
Thank you so much, Carola. Yeah, and you mentioned the Digital Storytelling Festival, and last year topic was the LGBTQIA+ community. So, and I'm really proud of the member of this also this community, because I think inclusion is one of the crucial topic for the next data space, especially when we talk about AI and the learning of AI from us. Actually, it's the news of today that in 2 days we will launch learning activities from all the members of of the social networks, and something that we can't really opt out. So it's really important that we deliver inclusive content, I think, from also from our communities and from our members. Sorry, I'm not a speaker, but I tend to speak too much, to talk too much. Sorry. Let's continue in this conversation of fostering a culture of continuous learning, in terms of inclusion, in terms of education. So I'm going back to you, Alteo, and I want our audience to know how, from the perspective of your community, how do you foster a culture of continuous learning and knowledge sharing among the educators? And how do you think this would enrich the data space with diverse educational resources and maybe practices?
Well, many things happen and have happened during the last 3 years within the education community. I would like maybe to briefly present 2 main activities that I'm really proud of that we first piloted 3 years ago. They both started 3 years ago, and then we consolidated, of course, changing the different setting and the structure, but always with the aim to engage and support teachers and educators in involving their learners for the teachers or target groups in the co-production of digital educational resources and practices. So this is the main aim of these 2 initiatives. The first one, I'm presenting this for the audience that is not yet in our network. So maybe teachers, you are all invited to join us for the next editions. The first one is Built with Beats. This is a mentoring program, and I would say educational challenge that contributes to the new European Bauhaus, inviting students and educators to design beautiful and sustainable spaces within. We used to use Mozilla Hubs, but as you know, now we're looking for alternatives, also to enlarge the scope of the program. The program actually gives students the chance to work together with cultural heritage professionals and create spaces in an online environment to interact, exchange tools, knowledge, always tackling local issues together. So we always give social or environmental challenges to to the group, to the teams to be solved. And of course, one of the most important results is also the fact that thanks to this program, teachers and educators enhance their digital skills and media literacy. Second initiative that I would like to present is the Low Code Fest. In this case, we are more in the coding, but we know coding effort field. And we actually invite, again, educators, our community to prototype together with their students products, services based on our APIs, on Europeana APIs. This program offer many activities from depending on the year, but anyway, capacity building, networking activities, and this is the real added value. This is how actually we try to connect teachers and create new value and new opportunities for the data space in the future, let's say. So just to sum up, I think that to create the condition for implementing these or other similar initiatives, so something concrete, something that engage in an active way, in our case, the educators, but anyway, the users connected to digital cultural heritage within the data space would greatly enhance the impact of the solution proposed, of the artifacts reproduced, on everything that will be offered through the data space. At the same time, facilitating contamination and interaction, not only among the teachers, not only among the educators, but with other stakeholders such as researchers, cultural and creative professionals, and policymakers, for example.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alteo. Absolutely. You mentioned, yeah, collaboration and cooperation with all the stakeholders, even not only in, but also mostly outside of our environment. And I want to connect with this with Greg, because you mentioned the collaboration between your community and the communicators community during your talk before. So I would like to know your opinion, maybe your ideas on what have you done and what you think should be done in the future to foster the collaboration among the communities, to maybe lead to innovative technological solution to strengthen the data space. Or is it too far?
It's a really good question, and it's definitely something that's been on the mind of myself and also the Europeana Tech Steering Group since COVID and since doing things like this hybrid, for instance, or I guess now this is completely online. I'm sure the colleagues from the Climate Action Steering Group would be very happy to see that we're all not traveling across Europe to meet up and have conversations and have breakout rooms and just spend time together, even at a bar in Barcelona after the meetings. But it's definitely something that we notice in the community, the absence of the physical meetups, the absence of us coming together, not online, not being distracted, spending quality time with each other, getting lost in a city together, all these kind of just very human things that lead to meaningful community building. So that is definitely something that, again, I am sorry, Climate Action Working Group, I'm sorry to encourage it. I am also someone that only travels maybe once a year, but I would love to see more opportunities for us as the Europeana Network Association to come together physically, even if it's local meetups where people come by train, or just meet at a national museum. I know that these things do happen at the project level, or in something like the aggregators forum. But I feel like it's those invitations or don't extend as far as they could, especially for people that are new to the Europeana Network Association. I can't remember, it was who the first person that talked about their stories and being at the Prado Museum.
Tamara.
Yeah, Tamara. Yeah. You know, things like that, that's how I got to meet everyone, and got to learn from people and get mentored by people. It was by being lost or being alone at a Europeana conference and just talking to people. So that is maybe a more poetic way of talking about working more closely together. But on the other hand, the other way to be more collaborative is simply just to reach out. I think we're all quite busy. There's a lot of balls up in the air now. There's even more steering groups than when we started with the steering groups 5 years ago or so. Remembering to keep people in the loop is something that we forget all the time. And it's only after the fact when someone mails us and says, hey, why didn't you include us in that? It's like, that would have been a very good idea, and we're very sorry. So maybe if you get slapped on the wrist enough or get enough friendly reminders from people like, hey, don't forget about us, then we will stop forgetting about our colleagues while we're all caught up in the moment. And that maybe then can lead to these innovative contributions as you are looking for.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we've heard a lot about COVID and the situation, the digital and the physical events today. Yeah, and we have had quite a long period also in ENA in organizing event only online. And actually, I've met a lot of people before meeting them in person, only online. And maybe, I don't know, but maybe the country groups would be one of the solutions, because people could meet by train, so less an impact on the environment. And then we can gather, obviously, also digital. Would you like to answer the same questions, maybe? Because I think it's an interesting, fil rouge to connect all the communities.
Absolutely. And I'm happy that you already mentioned the country groups, because what else would I be talking about? But I think it's really a great opportunity, and it actually shows, because the national connection, maybe more in language and maybe more in other ways, is actually quite a good one, and it works. We have seen it today. I'm about to write emails to Sweden and Hungary and all over the place for people who would like to actually meet each other, and I think that's a very good example and a very good way of connecting and gaining more interest in the countries, because I realize that Europeana that doesn't have the possibility to advertise, to promote, to make flashy. Well, we do make flashy videos, but I mean not for promotion in countries, to reach out to a bigger audience. So we really depend on the national and the language efforts that our members make, and that's really that's going on all the time now. So I think that's a good way.
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't mention the country groups.
No, of course not. You're part of it yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. For those who don't know, yeah, I'm part of the Italian country group, so that's why. And I think it's really a great opportunity for the national, environment to get together and to understand the national needs. Not only on a language, level, on a national language level. Speaking about languages, Carola, I would like to ask you something about the content. So I would like to understand how the communicators community can grant, let's say, like continuous flows of content, and how do you think that the communicators, not just your community, but on a broader, on a broader idea, how the communicators can grant a continuous content flow for the evolving need of the data space?
Well, it's not easy to keep a constant communication flow and to get people involved in all the changes and the news. But what can I say is that our community fosters long-term communication and engagement by establishing a different mix of events, newsletters, online meetings, and sometimes also specialized training sessions with experts in the field. For example, we have a bi-monthly newsletter that informs members about recent developments and future events, ensuring that all the members are aligned with evolving needs. Through the mailing list, members are encouraged in the discussion and interactivity about the news. And we also have as an instrument the pro page that is constantly updated with news and actions, and also our social media, like as I said, Instagram, LinkedIn, X, as you mentioned, promote news, events, and all the activities that are carried on in that moment. Furthermore, we have also an event calendar made of regular online events and workshops that bring together members, allowing for live interaction, Q&A sessions, and real-time sharing of updates and insights. And as I said, training session with sector specialists keep our community at the forefront of best practices in data management, encouraging skills growth and deeper engagement. For example, we are already preparing our calendar events for 2025 with workshops and meetings with the specialists that will be involved. So stay tuned to know more. So in general, this structure, the mix, we think that is useful to maintain a vibrant flow of communication that is adaptive, engaging, and enriching, and also providing a long-term support for the data space changing landscape, as we said.
Thank you so much, Carola. You launched a call to action, so stay tuned for the 2025 calendar. So
for news.
We have 2 minutes left, so I just want to follow the call to action of Carola, and I want to ask also Alteo, Greg, and Had your call to action from the community, and then we close the session.
Well,
Alteo.
we are looking for new members. So please contact us and join our community, both as a member of the community, but also in the steering group. We need new people, new ideas, and this is my call to action.
Great. Greg?
The only way that we can share knowledge between each other is to share knowledge between each other. So if anyone has any knowledge or projects or new research or papers that they want to share with the community, that can be through a blog post, or it can even be just raising awareness through the Europeana Tech list. That's the best way for us to learn from each other.
Thank you. Ads.
And mine is a very practical one. I would like to, it's on behalf of the impact community, because I wear different hats here, but in this case from the impact community, come to our event on the 2nd of December, where you will learn about the impact playbook and how you can use it for your purpose as well. You can also go to the online resource now, but there you have a live introduction with people communicating. That's good.
That's great. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Carol, Alteo, Greg, and Ad. And now
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks.
I leave the floor to Sophie to wrap up and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. I take the floor and I give it immediately to Juha to first sign off on this session.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Mariana, and all the panelists and all those that presented their very inspiring and I must say empowering personal journeys of ENA ENA members. This has been a great session, and this whole outreach event has been much more than I even could imagine. And with these words, I leave it to Sophie to wrap up this event.
Thank you very much, Juha. Thank you also, Mariana, and the panelists for, really invigorating conversation that's leaving us with much food for thought. And I think this, for me, is the overall state of mind that I'm in at the moment. I'm still a bit buzzing with the excitement that all of you interacting via the chat, via your questions, your presentations, kind of ran as a fil rouge through our day. How to share, how to inspire each other, how to really make the network work. It was somewhere in my very first presentation this morning, but indeed we should not forget that it's already really beaming with activity. And today we've seen an amazing demonstration of that. Thank you, all of you. I would add only to the calls to action already made, my call to action to please either register or apply to become an ENA member if you're not yet, and bring a friend, bring a colleague. If we would be all able to do so, we would give the network a boost that would be much welcome at this stage of development of the data space. I believe I see no hands and no urgent prompts in the chat, only a lot of love and expression of appreciation. So my final word would be thank you to the Europeana team for helping us putting this program and this day together. Thank you to all of those who spoke and who presented. And let's hope that we meet again, we speak again sometime soon, online or in the physical, in your country or abroad. Let's keep on meeting and let's keep on sharing. For now, bye everybody. Get in touch with your thoughts, ideas, suggestions, and have a lovely evening. Ciao, ciao.